What's up, gamers? Aaron Shack here, and we're gonna play some videos today from Gotham Knights. Just looking back at all the footage that's come out since, early announcements of the game. Just looking at gameplay and such. So let's get right to it. Alright, so what I have here, I think I have all of the Gotham Knight trailers, gameplay walkthroughs, developer diaries, all that cool stuff pulled up here on YouTube, and we're going to give it a look here. What's up, Junie? And hi, Howard. Welcome. So yeah, we are taking a look at every bit of footage here, and now that we just kind of have the knowledge that we have over the past, well, I guess they dropped this gameplay walkthrough in August of 2020. So it's been 2 years, and, we've kind of looked at trailers and speculated and stuff. But then this August, IGN had that IGN First, where they sort of got to visit with the developers and do all the interviews and stuff like that, and really get an inside look at the game, and then sort of share that with us. Now we kind of have a better idea of like how the game plays, how it works, what the ideas are, and so a lot of the speculation and stuff is sort of starting to become less speculation, more just the reality of what the game looks like and how it plays. So let's go ahead and pull up this first trailer. This was a really dope one. Okay. And we're just going to analyze these. So, I mean, there's probably, I don't know how much footage we got here, but a decent amount. Alright, here we are. Yeah, this was pre-alpha, by the way. So, yeah, don't let that... if the game doesn't look like this, don't let that shape your perceptions here. Let me get the audio right here as well.
Hi, I'm Patrick Redding, Creative Director on Gotham Knights. On behalf of the whole team at WB Games Montreal, I'm really honored to give you a quick look at our gameplay.
Belfry. Elliott Center is covered in ice.
Also, by the way, Patrick Redding was creative... Wait, he's creative director on this, but he was game director on Splinter Cell Blacklist and Splinter Cell Conviction. I just wonder how you go from that to a Batman game, essentially. It's such an interesting concept there. I don't know. So, I mean, it's pretty cool that one of my favorite game series and a couple of my favorite games, especially Conviction, like Blacklist is up there, but Conviction is like one of my favorite Splinter Cells. And so to know that someone like that is working on essentially a Batman game, another favorite series of mine has been a lot of the Batman Arkham games. So yeah, seeing this Gotham Knights here, it's really cool. Yeah, this is really cool. So yeah, I guess maybe the idea is that, if you work in Montreal, it's like pretty easy to switch from one studio to the next.
Whatever's causing this is localized at the top.
We're going to look at a short clip from one of Gotham Knight's villain crimes in a pre-alpha build.
So this is like a
This
big...
mission is halfway through the Mr. Freeze storyline, and we're playing Batgirl a dozen or so hours into her
Oh, Robin joined the session. Top right corner.
character progression.
Pretty cool. Drop in co-op there. Yeah, these moments look so gorgeous.
All units at Elliott Center. Air support inbound. Hostiles opening fire on upper floors.
Clean.
Air support, can you do a fly around?
Freeze has recently returned to Gotham with a mysterious agenda that involves manipulating the weather to flash freeze the city.
We need a way to get through that ice.
An important goal for Gotham Knights was that players can play all of the game, either solo or in two-player co-op.
If he wants a fight, he'll get it.
It's pretty
Rollins
cool.
learned how to access the Justice League satellite for short-range teleportation.
Okay, so a couple of things to note here, right? Really digging this sort of this idea here that the villains sort of have their big moment where they do the big thing and it changes the city, and so obviously Harley Quinn is gonna have her thing, and it's really cool that Mr. Freeze just has this like massive elemental disaster that he's causing here. It's really cool. What's up, Marvel Cuphead? Welcome, yeah. I don't know if I haven't heard anything about Gotham Knights being crossplay. Is that a thing? I can't confirm anything on that. I don't see anything on that. But I am picking it up on PC. I may pick it up on other platforms at a later date. We'll see. Also, the UI has changed quite a bit.
While Batgirl has mastered some more familiar tech.
Over these trailers. So that's the aerial takedown. Still maintain. Well, yeah, she did have stealth for a bit. So yeah, you saw that the enemies. See, that's their detection meters were like filling up. So they were suspicious, and now the red bar's coming up. But yeah, I think the UI has changed quite a bit since, since obviously this like early footage. But also check this part where she like wall runs on the side of that truck. I thought that's really cool. That's a cool animation. Woo!
And developed a few new ones of her own.
Summoning the bats as a distraction, using the tonfa to attack. And from what we know, there's also different elemental stuff as well, right? So if we go back a little bit, yeah, like we're seeing these red things fall from the sky. There's like ice, there's like fire elements and stuff. We see this in the Red Hood trailer as well. He like utilizes some of the fire stuff, and then one of the Nightwing trailers where he's fighting against Harley Quinn, he's using like cryo stuff. It's really cool. Really cool. Welcome 50. Yeah, these environmental takedowns are just really cool. So you have some from the air, you end up some where you take down enemies from behind, and then obviously just seeing contextual movement like that is really cool, really fun. Kong, none of this is new. All this is today is we're recapping everything we've seen of Gotham Knights, which is a lot. I've literally got like 30 tabs or something of like every little video, no matter how long it is. We're just gonna crack it open. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about comparing it. I think that's where I'm gonna leave it. Is like I'm not really gonna compare the Arkham series to this, because as we're gonna watch here, there may be elements here that we're familiar with, but also, it's just the play style is different. We'll get into it. Here. Yeah, wall run, kick.
And developed a few new ones of her own.
Doing some quick weapon attacks there, melee. There's Robin.
Here. Heard you're down there having some fun.
Fun's one word for it.
Just a heads up, the chopper's under orders to fire on anything that moves inside.
Gotham City Police, drop your weapons or we will open fire.
Pretty cool. Yeah, like I love the Arkham series, but this, as we get more as we get more into the combat, I think I'll try to highlight things that I see that are like way different from what we're used to.
The GCPD chopper made that part easy.
My other curiosity is, how do these set piece events, how do detective investigations play in co-op? Because when you're in co-op, I always feel like things are rushed. When you have a co-op buddy, they're always like, no, let's go. I gotta go, like, kill some things, man. Like, I gotta beat some stuff up. And I'm just like, dude, I'm just trying to breathe and, like, I want to soak in the atmosphere. I want to, like, brood on some rooftops and watch my cape flow in the wind and, like, look down at bad guys and, like, scope out the scene. And, like, your friend is always like, I want to jump in there and just kill everybody. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I want to, like, have a plan. I want to, like, go in like Batman, you know, surgical strike. And it's like, so I don't know. How will events like this, where it's, like, story stuff, or it's, like, investigation things where you're supposed to, like, kind of take a breath there and look around for clues and stuff like that.
This doesn't look up.
I don't know. So, like, I'm excited. I think we've all always wanted a co-op game where you can play with your buddies and sort of experience that ultimate dynamic duo experience, you know? Of, like, solving crimes together, beating up bad guys, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, they also talk about this in later videos, that you also have the ability to just, like, completely split up. Like, your buddy can just run off and go hunt collectibles or go do something else, and that's an interesting thing as well, the fact that you're not, like, tethered to one encounter, I guess. I mean, maybe you are when you get into stuff like this. It's like, obviously you should both be together. But yeah, if you're, like, out just solving random crimes, I guess you could technically split up. But then, I don't know, would you be missing out on stuff if your buddy just, like, goes across the city and does a bunch of crimes without you? I wonder how all that works. I don't know. I just worry about, like, missing out on content. So half of me wants to do the game solo, and half of me wants, like, the awesome co-op dynamic duo experience. But yeah, they haven't really shown us, like, a really definitive look at how co-op really works in this game. Other than just how it looks when we're beating up people, you know?
If anyone asks, I meant to do that.
I won't say a word.
Also, I know this is alpha footage, but it's like, dude, they really have the
Wars
atmosphere
were still going
down.
on when Freeze came through.
Those poor people.
And there's something kind of haunting about stuff like this, you know? Freezing people into statues, you know, the whole
Stand a chance.
Medusa type thing.
Gotham Knights is built to let players approach each challenge with their preferred style and their preferred build.
So also another thing to note here is that walk speeds are a little different. If you barely move the stick, you move, like, really slow, as you can see there, and then you can kind of move faster. So maybe in stealth situations, how fast you move might have some bearing on detection. Well, I think Gordon has died. Because there's, like, a statue of him. Batman's dead. So it's like, it's really moving on from the universe that we're familiar with, which is, you know, Batman and Gordon and, you know, just that sort of group. If your co-op partner goes off and does a crime, etc., you'll get the clues also as they're in your world. Yeah. So you still get the progression. I just worry about, like, missing out on, like, an experience, you know? Because, I mean, each crime seems like a unique... But, I mean, I guess if you're going to replay the game a lot, or if you're going to play the game on different characters, or, you know, you're going to do a co-op run with buddies, then, you know, maybe it's all fine. I guess I don't really understand how the game works long term. Like, once you finish the story, like, what do you do then? If it's, because it's not a live service game, they made that clear. So it's like, do you boot up a new game plus and carry over your stats, or do you just start over? Or like, what's the point of chasing down all the good gear and getting this great build, and then you get to the end of the game and then it's all over, you know? It's interesting. So yeah, we'll see some stealth takedowns here. So as usual, there is like a stealth one like that, and then there's like a, what do you call it? It's like a knockdown one where it's like, it's loud. It's
Only take a
a loud takedown. Loud takedown right there. So now everybody's okay. Robin did something really cool right there. Check this out. Look what Robin did. Yeah, ambush takedown. That's the term. What's... I wish I could see Robin's screen as to what he's doing right here. Look at this. Oh, I think he's on a gargoyle. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, see, he's up there, and he's just, like, shot a grapple down or something. Yeah, because the guy's going up right there. And then he comes down and kicks him. He, like, swing kicks him. Okay, let's go back and watch it in full motion now. That's so cool. I like this idea of setting up opportunities for each other to do dope things, you know? You're coordinating a little bit here. And, like, this combat looks dope. Oh, my gosh. And that leads into a kind of a takedown. A little bit of dodging. Like, it looks fast. It looks fast and frantic here, you know?
No precision.
Okay, so right there she threw the tonfa. If we go back. Yeah, so she dodges.
No precision.
So yeah, you have melee attacks and then you have ranged attacks. Yo! What's up? Thanks for the subscription. Surajit, if I said that right. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, definitely hyped for this game, Harsh Ray. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. Big fans of the Batman games here, yeah. Yeah, a lot of the time you'll probably be together in co-op stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I do miss the counter button, but what we're learning here is that if anything, our comparison here has been that this game is more akin to Marvel's Spider-Man, where you see an enemy attacking you, you dodge said attack because you see like an indicator or whatever to dodge, right? And then you follow up by pressing, you know, whether you want to do a melee or a ranged attack as a counter attack. So it's like, it's more of a two-step process instead of a one-button process, where we just press Y or triangle to counter in the Arkham games. But now it's like, we have to respond a little differently. We have to dodge and then respond with an attack, much like we did in Spider-Man. So yeah, just kind of watch how Batgirl handles the whole situation. So lots of attacks, right? And the dodges are a little different here. The dodges are a little different from the Arkham game, because it was really more of like a big, slow roll that Batman did. And so a lot of these characters are like very acrobatic and very quick dodges, especially Nightwing. But we're even seeing it here with Batgirl. Yeah, just kind of these quick little dodges like that allows you to like reorient yourself, or you know, like dodge bullets or whatever. If the enemies are shooting at you, you can try to weave that into your combat stuff. Oh yeah, it would be really cool to see the Spider-Man games have some sort of multiplayer, if it could work, if it could be fun, but you never want to ruin a good single-player experience, which is what Insomniac has always focused on, was delivering a really strong single-player narrative.
Keep them occupied!
Woo! My gosh. Alright, so now she's doing some type of elemental damage there with the purple stuff. And that's on ranged attacks.
No precision.
Okay, it's like a shock damage, it looks like. Okay, she did the grab move. And so she's setting it up for the team takedown right there. Pretty cool.
Not the safest time to take the elevator.
You'd rather take the
Yeah.
stairs?
There's a perfect dodge. Yes. Yeah. We need to look at that in some of the future footage there. Brian says completed Last of Us on PS5. Pre-ordered Gotham Knights. There you go. Okay, appreciate that, Brian. That's really dope. Yeah, the GTA 6 leaks I think are frustrating. It's, you know, I have a long tweet thread about that. It's yeah, I can't really say more. It's just really frustrating. You know, it's having your art, your hard work leaked early to the public, and it's unfinished, and you know, people don't know how to look at early game development stuff, and you know, people look at it and they say, "Oh, it's trash. Look at this. It's incomplete." And I'm like, "Well, that's what happens when someone like hacks into your servers or whatever and steals, you know, screenshots and footage and leaks it on the internet and allegedly has stolen the source code. That person's going to be in a lot of trouble." So yeah, just general ideas that, you know, it's all bad. Yeah, but my thoughts are not good. I don't support leaks in any form or fashion. I don't like data mining. I don't like any of those sorts of things. I think it's better for developers to have a chance to reveal their game on their terms, much like the trailer we're watching right here. It, you know, thankfully Gotham Knights has been able to drop footage, you know, whenever they felt comfortable and ready to showcase stuff. So I mean, this was early alpha gameplay, so we kind of take it with a grain of salt. You know, things change, and we're gonna kind of see that as we watch more of the videos. I've got like a whole ton of tabs open here though. Yeah. There is something about Red Hood being like this big, bulky, tanky guy. Yeah. All right, let me get some water while I play this clip here.
They lead to freeze.
Lighting's on point.
Belfry, status.
Countless dead. The temperature's still falling.
We need to stop this now.
Belfry wasn't kidding about this story.
Yeah, like even for early alpha, this looks gorgeous.
I see the weather machine, ready with the disruptor.
That thing's drawing so much power.
So there's like really good cinematic moments like this. Also, remember how we're going to be able to customize different parts of the suit, right? With different colors, you know, we can use like Batgirl's iconic colors. We can kind of go with more muted color schemes, or if you want to be real bright, you want the wide eyes, or if you want the cowl, you want no cowl, just the mask, you know. You'll have all those options. It's really cool. I'm excited to be able to sort of customize my own Bat family.
Get away from my storm engine!
Is that what you're...
So that's Mr. Freeze. Some people have said he looks a little too mech. He looks a little too mech, but I kind of dig it. I don't know. It's a different interpretation. But I think the iconic things are there, which is like the tank helmet and the the red goggles. That's what they look for.
You don't want to be on the roof when this disruptor goes off. Trust me.
Irrelevant. I already have what I need.
Wait, he's got a heads up display in there. Hang on, let's go back. Look at that. My boy has got statistics on the inside of his helmet. He's like, oh yeah, I got targeting data here. I got temperature data. Why? That's so cool that they even bothered to do something like that. That's such a subtle detail. I don't know.
What I need.
And then he has a freeze railgun essentially. That's pretty dope.
Storm has risen over Gotham. Nothing can stop it.
We'll see about that.
All right, here's our first look at a boss fight. Area of effect attack there.
An important element of Gotham Knights is that as the player increases in power and ability, their foes keep pace. So confronting a villain like Mr. Freeze can be a very different proposition at level 5 or at level 15. And not just in terms of stats, but in the kinds of attacks and defenses they bring to bear.
Okay, so saying different attacks and defenses based on what level you are when you face said villain. Interesting. I don't know. Yeah, that's really cool that you can kind of do whatever you want with the costumes. Yeah, I do like the design. I always want people to try to do something different, and obviously I think what we're also going to notice with this studio is that this is their interpretation of these characters. So there's what we're familiar with in, Batman animated series, there's the Arkham games, there's, the movies, the TV shows and stuff like that. Well, this is going to be a whole new interpretation. And I think that's good. Sometimes you need a fresh take, and I think especially with Harley, I'm actually really excited how they're looking at Harley for this game.
And that was just a short peek at Gotham Knights. We're going to have more to show you in the future.
This looks like a crazy fight, by the way. Alright. So that's our first trailer there. We'll jump in. Take a look at some others here. So that was back in August of 2020 when they dropped that. Yeah, the arcs for the villains. Okay, so that's what they mean then. So 50 is saying, I love the arcs for the villains. Each time we face Freeze, he's different. Yeah. So maybe that's what he meant, is by like, here's, you face Freeze at level 5, it's different from when you hit him at level 15, He's going to come back with better gadgets and new attacks and gear and stuff like that. Yeah. Feel free to ask any questions or voice any concerns. I mean, this is really for all of us to just sort of like look at this game and comment on things that we're noticing here, things we're excited about, whatever it may be. All right, so queuing up the next trailer. This is the world premiere trailer, which I don't think it was too long after the one in August of 2020. So yeah, this is coming out October 21st of this year. So it's not far away. Little over a month here.
In breaking news, we've received reports of an explosion somewhere north of the
We're
city.
still waiting for the police to confirm if there are any victims. This story is evolving rapidly. Please bear with us.
We heard this really loud boom. There was smoke everywhere.
Emergency services have confirmed that they've discovered a body buried in the wreckage. We're
We're still waiting for further details.
It appears that a large portion of the building has actually
In
collapsed.
international news, an explosion
what's up?
rocked Gotham City earlier today.
Welcome.
Now able to confirm that billionaire philanthropist Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, definitely get that pre-order in. Get that pre-order in. Okay, hang on. Yeah, there's like one thing we should note before we like get crazy in here. Let's see, Gotham Knights. Yeah. So I got one edition pre-ordered, right? I did the deluxe edition. Let's see if there's deets here. Visionary. Yeah, deluxe edition includes Night Watch by Jim Lee Transmog. So those are like the Jim Lee designed costumes. The Beyond suit style from the Batman Beyond universe. There's like a bunch of gear and colors and whatever, which is cool. But yeah, if you just pre-order, you get the 233 custom bat cycle. So yeah, regular edition's $60. Deluxe is $80, which you know comes with, which I really wanted the Jim Lee and the Batman Beyond, like all the other stuff. That seemed like a dope reason to upgrade, pick that up. Also, let's see here. There's also a Gotham Knights companion comic. Which, yeah, we're actually going to look at a trailer for this. But it is called Batman Gotham Knights Gilded City. And there will be codes in the issues of these comics which will unlock various cosmetics or whatever. So that's pretty cool too. But there's also another Gotham Knights. Let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah, if we pull it up right here. Here's a look. There's the collector's edition. So, regular game, you just get the Bat Cycle skin if you pre-order. But you get the cool stuff with the deluxe edition. And then the big difference here is that you get a statue. I think there's an art book. Okay, let me just... Whatever, I wanted to look at it in a bigger photo, man. Come on. Come on, man. Nah, whatever. Or maybe there's... Yeah, they're not gonna... But anyway, there's a statue, there's a map, there's a key, there's a steelbook, a big old box, you know. I'm a little beyond buying statues with every game. It looks dope, but I just got too many of them. There's way too many. And this looks quality and it looks dope. But I've been burned in the past. I've been heartbroken by too many cheap collector's editions made of crap plastic that ends up, you know, like you put it on display and then it gets like bent. And it looks terrible. Alright, so this is Nightwing here, or Dick Grayson. Getting the Code Black transmission.
If you're watching this, I'm dead.
This is a code.
Oh no, wait, no, it wasn't Dick Grayson. It was, yeah, it was Red Hood.
This message was automatically triggered when I destroyed the cave and everything it contained. We both know it won't take long for Gotham's criminals to realize the Batman is gone. And you can't count on the GCPD. Haven't trusted us since Jim died. Gotham will need its protectors more than ever. I'm leaving you the Belfry as a base of operations. Some of the technology is outdated, but it has the gear you need and all of my files. You've always had my back when I needed you. I know you'll keep Gotham safe. Good luck. And goodbye.
Oh man, that hurts. Alright, so everybody's got their own iconic weapons, right? staff, man. Oh my god, can we roll that back? Roll that back. She picked him up just to slam him into the ground. There's the breakdance move that we saw Nightwing use against Harley Quinn. Woo! Gun fu. God. Crime fighters to vigilantes. Robin with the stealth camo. There's your teleportation. Team takedown. Oh my god. Nice. This might be the best trailer they've done. This one slaps. Oh, man. Just the way it's cut and edited, and just how each hero is just like showing off like their dopest abilities.
No one talks about them.
Also, this right here, this is straight out of the comic book pages right here.
It's about them.
Like, we're gonna get to see some images where they're gonna show the Court of Owls comics, but like this imagery here is dead on. Like, we're gonna be living the Court of Owls storyline. It's not just like an interpretation or whatever. I mean, it's, man, they're really gonna bring this in. This is going to be our first chance to like really experience it, right? Because the Gotham TV show did the Court of Owls. You know, it's pretty fresh in terms of the comics. You know, it only came out a couple years ago. So like we haven't experienced it in games before. So I mean, this is going to be the first time we're going to get to walk these creepy looking areas.
Not a whisper word is said. For if you try to cross them, then the town strikes you dead.
I think they meant Talon strikes you dead, not Natalie. Like, Natalie? Natalie who? Okay, that was dope. Yeah, so there's the Gilded City comic trailer. We'll look at that later. I'm looking at these in order of release, but yeah, looks dope. Yeah, we'll definitely get to see how Batman dies. I'm sure that'll be a key moment in the game. All right, let's queue up the next one here. I'm gonna actually close some of these tabs, by the way, so we don't. All right, the next one here, October 16th of 2021, the Court of Owls story trailer. Oh, my bad. Let me pull it back. Pull it back one sec.
Batman, Jim Gordon. They thought they had a handle on this city. They never did. You don't stand a chance. Because they're always watching, always listening.
Arkham Asylum there?
Pulling everybody's strings. Mine, yours. But no one talks about them. Not a whispered word is said.
The Court of Owls is a myth.
They're listening.
Here's your key.
If you really want to go down this rabbit hole, you need to know there's no coming back from it.
Solid. Step into the night. Alright, cool. Yeah, it looks like really dark and scary, which is, I mean, that's kind of what Court of Owls is all about. But I mean, even Batman was kind of, think about the Batman movies I was growing up with, you know, the Michael Keaton movies, and then like even the animated series was kind of scary. Like, you know, it was dark. It's kind of a dark show. Alright, this is the Court of Owls behind the scenes.
One of the joys of writing comics is the hope that someone will take that story and make it something their own. And I think the folks at Warner Brothers have done a tremendous job translating and evolving the Court of Owls into the game.
The fans, they cosplay as these characters, they're hungry for more.
And so here you are getting to play out that conflict in a game itself.
Oof.
I remember taking this walk around New York City, my old neighborhood. Nothing I knew was there anymore. All of the people I had known had moved away. All of the
here we go. Now we're gonna see some images from the comics.
Were gone. The feeling was so unsettling, and I wanted to craft a story that would make Bruce Wayne feel the way I felt.
The first time I read that story, I was just blown away because they were creating this really rich secret history of Gotham City, very plausible, believable, that was in direct opposition to Batman.
I think probably inspiration for the Court of Owls originates from nature, just by the real fact that the owl is a natural predator to the bat.
What an owl does a lot of the time is it hunts you and it stalks you without you seeing it, and the fun of the way that the court goes after Bruce is to watch him from afar for years.
Because it's been something that's been in Gotham for so long and been so powerful, and right beneath Batman's nose, I think that's the root of the success there.
One of the biggest challenges with bringing the Court of Owls from comic books to video games is really the interactive nature.
See, this is a narrative director.
Of what video games are.
How do you take that history, how do you take this cool imagery and bring it to life in a game that's very satisfying?
We could look at the source material, we could talk to the
creative director again.
And we could ask their opinions about that. We could say, which of these elements do you think we can translate?
When I went out there to see what they were doing with the game, I was blown away. I mean, it took what we had done with Court of Owls, but it just elevated it beyond a lot of the borders that we had had.
You can't really rely on what you think you know about the court. We have expanded, we have added to it.
There are different varieties of talent.
Okay, so for those of us that have read this, they're probably going to be adding stuff to sort of catch you off guard. I like that. Yeah, I have read the comics. Yeah, it's definitely, dude. Would highly recommend. Let me see. Boom. Let's see what issue that started on. Yeah, it's all part of the Batman Volume 1 omnibus. So it's Batman Volume 1, The Court of Owls, The New 52. So many people hate on The New 52, but I loved it. I loved it. So I read a lot of Batman, a lot of Superman, Detective Comics, Action Comics, Supergirl, Constantine. They were all dope. And it was a really good thing because they basically hit the reset button on the DC universe, and so it was a really great jumping on point for a lot of people that like weren't into comics or were like too intimidated to get started, because it's like, well, you know, Superman's already got like 1,000 issues, like where do you even begin? You know, like Batman already has so many issues, like where does someone jump on? And I was like, I would just tell people, I'd be like, well, the New 52 is like a great spot to just like jump on, or you can just pick up a graphic novel of, you know, whatever your favorite hero is, and there's often like really great classic stories, right? Like The Killing Joke or something. It's something that you could just pick up and read that story isolated in itself, and it's like you don't really need to know like a whole lot about Batman's story or the mythos or anything. So yeah, this is really dope. Let me back it up a little bit, because they're talking about adapting the Court of Owls.
We could look at the source material, we could talk to the creators, and we could ask their opinions about that. We could say, which of these elements do you think we can translate?
When I went out there to see what they were doing with the game, I was blown away. I mean, it took what we had done with Court of Owls, but it just elevated it beyond a lot of the borders that we had had.
You can't really rely on what you think you know about the court. We have expanded, we have added to it.
There are different varieties of Talons in Gotham Knights. And as the players begin to understand through gameplay the unique strengths and vulnerability of the Talon, it will affect how they equip themselves and how they unlock new abilities. So like any good RPG, we're presenting you with a problem, and then we're presenting you with a range of potential solutions, and players will have an opportunity to kind of maximize that according to their own style.
It's good game development there, actually.
The entire team has worked so hard on this and put so much love and dedication into this, and I really hope it comes through and it gives them a really enjoyable experience.
I can't wait for us to share more information about this game.
But watch out for those deadly talons, because they are sharp. Woo. Be careful.
So yeah, you got your big tanky guys, you got the agile, almost like the Thrall in Destiny. Yeah, you got like these creepy ones here.
Talons in Gotham Knights. And as the players begin to understand through gameplay,
you got your big tanky guy with the shield and the bludgeon, but then you got these agile, clawing, you know, zombie-like,
and how they
feral,
unlock new abilities. So like any good RPG, we're presenting you with a problem, and then we're presenting you with a range of potential solutions, and players will have an opportunity to kind of maximize that according to their own style.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
The entire team has worked.
So, I think that's it for this trailer, right? Like we watched that one to the end. Okay. Yeah, this is dope. I actually really like that one. So that is behind the scenes of the Court of Owls. So yeah, we're just going back and like watching all of the Gotham Knights footage that has been shared with us here. Ooh, the next one. All right, this is the Nightwing and Red Hood gameplay demo. This was showed back in May of this year. So what do we got? Yeah, it would have been cool actually if they had kept the Court of Owls a secret. Like, I know when they were promoting the game, they like, what was it? They had a bat signal shooting on a building in Montreal, I think it was, and then it would like flicker and kind of show like Court of Owls symbols. And then they had like a website where it kind of did the same thing. And so it was like, yeah, they were hinting at it, but it was like subtle. But now, you know, they've done a whole bunch of trailers and now we know it's Court of Owls. So like, yeah, it would have been really cool if they had just only revealed the typical Batman villains and kept the whole Court of Owls thing locked down tight. And then, you know, whenever that set piece moment hits that you discover the Court of Owls in the game, you're like, oh, you discover it much like Batman did. It's a dose of reality slapping him in the face, you know, something that he thinks he knows Gotham inside and out, but in reality there's this whole hidden underground society that's been running Gotham under his nose, and they've been watching him, and they're already ready to take him down. So yeah, I mean, it seems like there's some variety there, and obviously you have build variety and different elemental items that you can equip to your gear, I guess, to sort of take on enemies in different ways. Alright, so let's pull this one up, because now we can talk a little more about gameplay, now that we kind of have a handle over how some of these fights are going to work. So this is Nightwing and Red Hood.
Hi, I'm Jeff Eleanor, game director at Warner Brothers.
Yeah. So in the game, well, much like the comics, Batman is not aware of the Court of Owls. Like, they just show up, So that's a key part of the story, is like he thinks he knows everything about Gotham City, and turns out he doesn't. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we will. Let me see. Hang on, let me make sure I got that trailer. Let me make sure, because that's one of the best, actually. I have the Harley Quinn one. Yeah, let me see. I knew I felt like I was missing something there. Building Gotham. There it is. Okay.
In the 60s.
Let me just pause that. And let's see, that was in August of this year. Just get it in order here. Yeah, we got it now. Okay. Yeah, it's a dope one. Okay, let's get back into the Nightwing and Red Hood.
Brothers Games Montreal, and today I'm really excited to share with you gameplay footage featuring Nightwing and Red Hood from our upcoming game, Gotham Knights.
They just, man, like, just look at this. They got like the whole, so this is going to be the biggest Gotham City that we've ever seen, right? And they really just have the whole mood of the city down. When it comes to lighting, it comes to like graffiti, like the different districts, you sort of have richer and poorer districts of the city. You just have that dark and broody atmosphere.
Hurry it up, will ya?
There's Big Belly Burger.
We're joining Nightwing, also known as Dick Grayson.
Also, check out this UI here. So this is when the first time we saw the UI take its shift to what we know the game's UI to be now, which, you got like your healing, you've got your detective scanner, you've got this, you've got the bat bike, and then on the right side here you've got like your various combat abilities that you're able to activate over there. Well, yeah, in the comics he discovered the Court of Owls. Yeah, that's going to be the big difference between the comics, is like Batman discovers the Court of Owls in the comics, firsthand, whereas the Gotham Knights are discovering it after Batman's death. So we don't know if Batman knew about the Court of Owls, or if they caught him off guard and killed him, or whatever it may be. But I think it would have been cool if the developers had kept the Court of Owls part of this game a secret, so that while we're playing as the Gotham Knights, we discover the Court of Owls in game, and us, the player, we don't know that the Court of Owls are in the game, right? Same way that I think Spider-Man No Way Home would have been better had we not known that Toby and Andrew were going to be in it. Like, had we watched the movie and then that big moment where the other Spider-Men show up, it's like, had that been a surprise, it would have been more impactful. And you would have been able to deliver that shock value that you can only get from a moment like that. But yeah, you know, due to the internet and spoilers and, you know, just, they probably wanted to showcase the fact that they're tackling the Court of Owls. You know, it's a reason to be curious and purchase the game. So there is that angle as well. There is the whole marketing angle of it, and that's probably more why they had to reveal this type of stuff, is not really a narrative decision, but, you know, sort of a, hey, if we're going to make money off this game, we need to show that this game isn't just going down the same trails that we've already been in the Batman series.
Midway through the game story,
because we've already beaten Mr. Freeze 10-12 times. We've already you know, beaten Harley Quinn and all that stuff, you know?
We're joining Nightwing, also known as Dick Grayson, midway through the game story as he patrols our city. All of the Knights can unlock heroic ways of getting around the city. For Nightwing, it's his glider, the Flying Trapeze. The Regulators' gang are engaged in a hacking crime, so it's time to bring some vigilante justice to the bad people. Each crime in Gotham Knights plays like a mini game mode with rules and optional objectives.
Dude, look at these slides, dude. Look at this, how he alternates between the two guys. Look at
Each crime in Gotham Knights plays like a mini game mode with rules and optional objectives.
That's so cool.
Nightwing's fighting style is acrobatic. He ping-pongs around the battlefield. While you can play the whole game solo, you can also protect Gotham in co-op with a friend. Here's Red Hood. Red Hood gained new abilities after being resurrected by an assassin cult. Here, he uses Mystical Leap to move across the rooftops, springboarded by his own soul energy. Successful attacks and dodges built springboarded by his own soul energy.
On that guy's head.
Successful attack.
Ouch, ouch. Well, they did say that there is no Joker in this game. Now, whether that's true or not doesn't really matter. But I think we've had, you know, 4 Batman games in the Arkham series where Joker has dominated the scene. He's told the massive story, you know, he's been a key set piece character. You know, let some of the other villains shine, and maybe one of them can take the spotlight. And probably the one taking the spotlight here, probably the Court of Owls, is kind of going to be the main focus there. But yeah, I think they did say that, well, I mean, Penguin's obviously in the game, so I feel like maybe there is a moment there where we get a chance to battle with him as well. Yeah, I'm actually really digging Nightwing's fighting style here. So I guess his special combat style is going to be the way that he's ping-ponging around between enemies, doing these acrobatic leaps and dodges. Really cool.
Each crime in Gotham Knights plays like a mini game mode with rules and optional objectives. Nightwing's fighting style is acrobatic. He ping-pongs around the battlefield.
So we're seeing the indicators show up right here. Oh my god, what? Okay, I was pushing the wrong button. Yeah, so you see like these little circles show up whenever you're supposed to like dodge or counterattack. So if you hit them before they queue up their attack, that's a grab move right there. And then he throws them into that enemy.
Friend.
And then he shoots a little stun dart.
Red Hood. Red Hood gained new abilities after being...
in terms of villains, I have no idea. I have no idea how many. But we do know that the Regulators are Mr. Freeze's gang. I think it's like the Freaks are Harley's gang, if I remember right. She kind of takes over for Joker here. I mean, I feel like there's going to be a healthy amount of villains. Like, I don't think we're going to be disappointed, you know? I think it'll be dope. Yeah, and it's kind of like Ghost of Tsushima in the counter visual effects. Like, it's very subtle. It's not like a big flashy thing that takes up large portions of the screen or whatever. Like, it's a very subtle glow or an animation that just appears kind of briefly, and you spot it, and then you react to it. So, I mean, I kind of like that. I do like that the UI is very subtle. You know, we have a small compass at the top of the screen. We've got the you know, the bike and the health kit and all this stuff here on the left side, and then here in the right side you kind of have like a minimized look at the abilities that you can use as your character. And I think they say at one point here, they're like, you can customize the HUD however you want it to look.
Resurrected by an assassin cult. Here, he uses mystical leap to move across the rooftop, springboarded by his own soul energy. Successful attacks and dodges build up my momentum bar below, and timing my strikes and combos correctly makes it build faster.
Okay, so he's talking about the momentum bar. Let me just get rid of my cam so you can see what he's talking about. So the momentum bar is here in the bottom right corner.
Supported by his own soul energy. Successful attacks and dodges build up my momentum bar below, and timing my strikes and combos correctly makes it build faster.
So it's
Once the bar is full, heroes can unleash powerful abilities. Red Hood's ranged attacks are a little louder. He fires non-lethal rounds that still do a lot of damage.
He said non-lethal rounds. Listen, I'm gonna critique this into the ground every time I've watched this trailer. Non-lethal rounds that pack a ton of damage. Well, wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? Okay, maybe it's later in the video. Yeah, I think it's
ranged
later
attacks are a little louder. He fires non-lethal rounds that still do a lot of damage.
Woo!
Here's Red Hood's barrage.
All right, there it is. Non-lethal rounds, but check it out right here. Pew pew pew! Look at all those rounds penetrating and going out the other end. It's non-lethal armor piercing. Anyway, it's a small thing. It's a comic book game, you know. You have to suspend reality a little bit here, but you know, it's kind of fun. So yeah, this is the gang of the regulators.
Here's Red Hood's barrage ability, which deals piercing damage to interrupt armored attacks.
Piercing damage, non-lethal piercing.
The UI you're seeing can be customized to your...
Wait, you killed that guy! Nightwing! You killed that!
The UI you're seeing...
I thought Batman's #1 rule. Batman doesn't kill. What is this? Sir! I don't know, maybe it's like Marvel's Spider-Man. You know, when you like knock someone off a rooftop, they like automatically get webbed to the side of the building. Or even in the Batman Arkham games, if you like knock someone off a rooftop or pulled them over a ledge or whatever, you know, he just kind of automatically had like a you know, like a grapple that sort of just hung him from the side of the building or whatever. So yeah, no one really
UI you're
dies,
seeing can be customized to your preferences.
Kind of funny.
What's on screen is what I like, but you can set it the way you like.
Okay, so he says it here.
The UI you're seeing can be customized to your preferences. What's on screen is what I like, but you can set it the way you like.
Also, check this out right here. Like, this is the dopest part of Red Hood gameplay that I've seen right here. Notice that he starts firing the pistols in opposing directions. So rather than firing both like this, he's like aiming at 2 different targets to his left and right. Pretty cool.
The UI you're seeing can be customized to your preferences.
Right
What's on screen is what I like, but you can set it the way you like.
Isn't that cool? This is like some legitimate gun fu right here. Alright, so check this out. Shoots the guy on the left, then he shoots the guy on the right, but then wait for it. Alright, everybody's kind of stumbling. He does a few rounds into the guy on the left, but then spreads out and aims, shoots the guy on the right. I don't know, just really cool combat animations here. And then he points his gun to the left and shoots that guy as well. So like there's a point here where he's just like targeting multiple enemies. And that's just really cool. It seems like he could really dominate at range here. And then, oh dude, he shoots without the, he does the without looking thing. Look at this. He shoots behind him without looking. Superheroes do cool things, and that's one of them. Alright, let's watch it again.
The UI you're seeing can be customized to your preferences. What's on screen is what I like, but you can set it the way you like.
Also, notice that Patrick Redding, creative director here, I guess his favorite UI is kind of minimal, you know? Like, no health bars above the enemies, no, like, this guy's level 15 data above him, you know? He just wants to see, you know, how many abilities he has, when his abilities are ready, his compass, and, you know, just basic data here, you know? Doesn't want a bunch of overwhelming heads-up display stuff, so I kind of like that. I do think there's a lot of games that don't give you the option to either turn off the HUD or turn off certain HUD elements or customize things the way you like them.
You can set it the way you like.
Yeah, pretty cool. And it's an accessibility thing as well. Okay, so this is our first glimpse at like a heavy unblockable attack right here. So we're seeing the red circle there, which means you gotta get out of dodge, man. So dodge out of that AoE area. Nightwing has like the coolest dodges. I am very curious to try out some Nightwing. Initially, I was immediately like, Batgirl's my main. I'm very excited to check out Batgirl. But the more I see about Nightwing and just how quick he moves and how good he is with those scream sticks, and I don't know, seems like a really fun acrobatic character to be. Okay, so he's grabbed him, set him up for the team takedown here.
Holy perfect attack, Nightwing!
Okay, so that's the crime resolved, yeah. Yeah, sometimes, you know, you want to see all the data. Sometimes it's important to see, you know, how much damage you're dealing to an enemy, or to see their health bars, or if you're like going to a certain area of the map where there's like higher level enemies, it's kind of good to know, like when you're approaching a situation, you're like, oh crap, these guys are level 20s. I better get back until I come back in and until I'm a higher level, till I can face these guys, you know. Alright, so some bike combat here.
Now that we've prevented the regulators from stealing data, let's follow Red Hood for a bit. The Batcycle is usable by all heroes in Gotham Knights. Let's watch Red Hood chase down a smuggling van in Southside neighborhood.
Look at how chaotic this is. He could have just hit the brakes. He had full control of that vehicle. He could have just hit the brakes, man. But no, he chose to roll this over. There actually are some pedestrians. I'm surprised.
Data.
I thought the streets were
Let's
gonna
follow
be empty.
Red Hood for a bit.
But yeah, there's actually like a lady.
The Batcycle is usable by all heroes in Gotham Knights.
The lady with an umbrella.
Let's watch Red Hood chase down a smuggling van in Southside neighborhood.
Where is it? Okay, there's someone there, but up here on this corner, there's like a lady with an umbrella that we see like the moment he hijacks the truck. He kicks that dude out.
Great.
Okay.
Shitheads to beat up.
Also, we do get to see, so it does appear that his guns change as you level up. Maybe you're able to like change the look of them, or maybe certain gear augments what your guns look like, because now they sort of look like Glocks, whereas like in some later footage, I mean, they have like different colored attachments and stuff, and then this one has obviously different kind of optics here, you know, like hollow sights and stuff. Yeah, I'm surprised there's anyone on the streets at all, but yeah, I would hope that the city sort of looks a little more immersive here. So a little bit of melee combat. Woo. Okay, that's an indicator letting you know that someone's throwing a Molotov, so you should get out of there. Wait, did he? I actually never noticed this. He used the dude as a shield. Okay, he did take a little damage though. Yeah. Okay.
Red Hood can unlock the ability to attach a bomb to thrown opponents, so he can detonate it with a shot later.
That's pretty
It's
cool.
a pretty good time.
I like that. And of course, you're getting resources to craft stuff. The spirit.
Now we're back at the
jumps,
Belfry,
man.
the hero's home base. This next sequence is from early in the game, as we're just discovering the Court of Owls. The Bat computer runs the map of the city and lets us pursue challenges and advance the story. Nightwing is tracking his next story mission, investigating the Old Powers Club.
The Old Powers Club.
The workbench is where we go to upgrade our equipment,
Okay, so here, I'm not gonna do like a super deep dive into this, because like I've already done like older videos on the channel, which if you want to go in the description down below, you can find the Gotham Knights playlist, and pretty much every time they've dropped a trailer for this game, I've done a deep dive just like looking at stuff here. So I mean, obviously there's like different types of stuff here that we can collect, and we're gonna use it to craft different gear and mods and stuff like that. But yeah, in other videos I'll actually like pause and read everything on screen,
making sure that we're ready.
You know, we don't really need to do like a super deep dive into all this stuff here, but yeah, you got your suit, your melee, your ranged, looking at your power, your health, armor, melee and range damage, how many health packs and smoke bombs you have.
For each new challenge through the game. Players find blueprints and crafting.
And just getting a look at like some of the visual. Hang on.
Crafting materials.
Why is it?
By taking on
you being
missions
weird? Come on, YouTube, please.
And fighting crime.
It's not letting me
Players
do
find
my
greater
usual-
equipment, making sure that we're ready for each new.
It's not letting me do my frame by frame skip here. Okay, there it is. Yeah.
Game. Players find blueprints and
look at that.
crafting materials by taking on missions and fighting crime.
So yeah, all sorts of different styles here, and then of course you can see behind me. You can pick out the colors that you want. So we can see that as we sort of tab through here.
Players
New
find
Guard,
blueprints and
Titan,
crafting materials by taking on missions and fighting
Neon
crime.
Noir.
Each blueprint has different stats.
Alright, and then for here you got the year 1 style, but with the chroma blackout. So this one's like, rather than having, you know, Nightwing's iconic, you know, blue and black or red and black or whatever, you know, you can kind of opt for, you know, just sort of an all black look or something. You know, pretty cool. I dig it.
giving the player a wide range of cool choices for their individual
Shinobi
strategy and style.
Okay, and then the same thing for Red Hood. If we go back here, we got the new guard, iconic alpha colors. And if we go to the next suit, there's the Titan. Which, yeah, you can see the guns are changing, you know, different colors and stuff. If we go to the next suit, I think they show one more. Yeah, there's Night Ops, and then that's got the chroma accent. So mostly black with a little bit of red. So, I mean, I feel like you're going to be able to really, really customize your hero and make him look however you want.
Mod slots is better because mod chips power up gameplay properties.
Yeah, the mod chips, that's going to be interesting.
Gear with mod slots is better because mod chips power up gameplay properties.
Pretty cool. Yeah, we'll look at that 16 minutes of Batgirl gameplay. Yeah, I actually really like the way the detective work looks in this game.
At this point in the story, our characters are still processing the loss of Batman.
You could visit him.
I could what?
He went to yours when... You could visit his grave.
You haven't.
I'm not the one staring at the... You know.
Sometimes you're an idiot, Grayson.
Players can unlock fast travel to get around the city in a hurry with the Fast Bat.
The Fast Bat.
Belfry, got anything court-related?
Also, oh, dude, this armor looks sick. Also, Nightwing with a mullet? Check. I mean, it looks cool, yeah. And it even looks like the Eskrima sticks, you know, are sort of changing. So everybody's iconic weapons are, you know, sort of look different throughout some of the footage that they've shown, which I think is really cool. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff that they don't want to reveal or don't want to, like, spoil, you know? Yeah, so it's like they didn't want to show too much. You know, I think they've been fairly generous in the fact that I've got like 30 videos, and I've even closed a few tabs already. But I mean, I think they've shown a lot of footage, but a lot of what they've shown has been like, you know, stealth and combat oriented, you know, a lot less. You know, some of the traversal videos have been short and brief, and yeah, I mean, they're not getting too much into like story spoilers or like deep into the UI stuff, you know, the boring menu stuff that we're gonna get through. Yeah. But yeah, they definitely nailed the aesthetic here. I mean, look at the clouds, look at the fog, the lighting.
Court-related?
The Court of Owls. A secret society as old as Gotham itself. Run the city beyond.
Also, I love that the same actor that plays Martin Lee in Marvel's Spider-Man voices Red Hood in this game, and I'm just like, it's so perfect because he does kind of have that gritty voice, and it's really great. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to really see the animations once I get hands-on with it. Yeah.
Behind closed doors. According to the old poem, anyway.
Okay, but how does that line up with what Penguin said?
Dude, the only thing that bugs me about this does remind me of a Fortnite glider. I don't even play Fortnite that much, but like, the fact that that's all I can think of while I'm seeing this flying trapeze glider here, And it kind of defies logic, but I get that it does sort of have like these jet engines, right? Like these tiny little, and so that's how it sort of glides, but then it's able to like gain altitude as well, kind of like a helicopter.
If this all-powerful court really is out there, they might be the ones getting all those creeps out of Blackgate.
And we can see all these,
which means they've been getting away with murder for centuries.
These different parts
I
moving.
hear you. Fingers crossed we'll learn more at the Powers Club.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a drone.
It's time for Nightwing to sneak into court territory.
But it does look like a Fortnite glider. Look at the mullet. Look at the mullet, gamers.
Stealth is always an advantage.
I'm in.
Be careful.
I would love a video just on stealth.
They have a few guards.
Long lunch too, huh?
I'm not complaining. Nice to get a break once in a while.
So what do you think the poor bastard did?
What poor bastard? As far as I know, I just got a longer break.
Poor bastard. Wonder what that means.
Poor bastard. I wonder what that means. That's a quiet takedown, yeah. It's kind of standard stealth, right? And then I think he showcases...
Every hero has unique takedowns and finishing moves.
Yeah, here we go.
Ambush strikes are faster than silent takedowns, but make more noise.
But since it was the last enemy in the area, it's not
Augmented reality vision helps the heroes solve puzzles and investigate.
And so this was down on the D-pad here, scans the area.
Augmented reality vision helps the heroes solve puzzles and investigate mysteries.
AR shows a trail of blood. I wonder what else it can see. There's something under the floor.
See,
the
every
hatch is
time
connected to some kind of network.
Every time they show the detective stuff, it's always in single player. So I've never really seen what it looks like when you have two players running around, like, you know, the other player's like sprinting around punching enemies or something, and you're like over here like, I need to scan where these power lines go so I can find the secret keypad or whatever, you know? Yeah, it's really cool that the flying trapeze is actually, it is something from the comics, but yeah, it does. I mean, it does look cool. I will say it does look cool, but it just happens to be that Fortnite is so relevant and prominent in our culture that it's like, why does it look like Nightwing is in Fortnite right now and we're gliding into a battle royale match, you know? So I mean, it's kind of an evolution on it being a paraglider, which is not exactly feasible in modern day. I mean, they could have given him a wingsuit, but I mean, every game has a wingsuit now. And obviously they wanted something where he would be able to gain altitude, because you don't want to be like gliding around and then, oh, sorry guys, I'm gliding towards the ground now. You're going to have to wait for me to catch up, you know? Like, you don't want elements like that to happen when you're in co-op, so you obviously want everyone's traversal to be of similar speed and fairly competitive. So I think that's why even Red Hood gets his sort of, you know, spirit mystical jump ability, you know? Is that they needed to figure out a way to get him to
There's gotta be a
with
way
the
to
other
open it.
characters in the air.
Here we see Nightwing's elemental shockwave ability. It interrupts enemy armored attacks and deals elemental status effects.
Love it.
Cryo status freezes an enemy, taking them out of the fight for a while.
Really well-timed dodges. So yeah, they're picking up different types of mods and crafting materials and whatnot.
And done.
That's one puzzle solved.
A hidden staircase. That can't be good.
I really like this suit, actually. Actually does look well. Okay, so this is something that I pointed out in some of our earlier deep dives. We actually get to see him using melee, which I think is like the X or the square button on the controller, and then like Y and triangle is kind of the ranged button for ranged attacks that we see in later videos. And so I was catching that he was throwing the Eskrima sticks like during combat, not as like an aimed attack like you do when you aim Red Hood's pistols or whatever, or when he aimed that shock dart that he shoots, right? So it's really cool. We're gonna see him throw those sticks. Kind of a close, like, mid-range toss here. Yeah, there it is. It's very fast. You almost don't notice it. So, okay, so he does... Where is it? Oh, yeah, the stick is already... Alright, both sticks. And then right here, he does a flip. And then there it is. It's flying. Yeah, let me disappear for a second, actually. So yeah, the stick is flying through the air. Boom! Hits the guy. Nightwing does another flip in the air. There's the Eskrima stick coming back down. And then what does he do? Dude, he kicks it. He kicks the Eskrima stick that's been flying through the air. Boom! Bounces off the wall, hits the enemy, all that, and then he catches it. Pretty freaking dope. So let's watch it full speed here. Pretty dope, right?
I got something for you.
Shoots a quick little dart, does some abilities, and then he throws the stick there, like very, very casually here. So, okay, he's got both sticks. And then, boom, throws it. And then he does another flip. Kicks the guy. Catches the stick. Starts doing more flips. Alright, let's take it back.
I got something for you.
Uh-oh. They're drugging up. They're dosing up.
Heads up.
Nice. Ooh.
For anybody wondering how this fight looks with Red Hood, check this out.
Alright, now we're getting in to Red Hood.
Kill the intruders first. Then you can think about the reward.
Look, did you see what he did? No, go back. Look what my man did. Look what this guy did, dude. Okay, he dropped down. Okay, look at this. He dropped down. He hits him so freaking hard that his pistol bounces off the ground, right? Yeah, I guess it's like such a short frame data here. He flips the pistol, catches it, and then kicks the guy. Alright, the kick was not necessary. I think you land on the guy, like you knocked him out. You already, like, hit him with the pistol. His face hits the pavement. You catch your pistol. And then he hits him with the butt of the gun right there, as you can see right here. So that was the whole reason for the flip. Oh, no, wait. No, he's pulling him up with the pistol. That's interesting. Pulls him up. Makes him do a flip. God, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt so bad. That's... Oh, man. Oh, this is not good. Oh, this is bad. Oh, boy. Dude, he brought his leg all the way up to his chest. Knee is up to the chest. This kick is gonna hurt. And right in the side of the head. Sir, you did not have to do that to that man. He was already down. You busted his face. He's gonna be breathing through a tube after this one. Alright, let's watch it again. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Is Jason is on the verge of killing here, and I thought that was interesting. I was like, when they said that Red Hood was going to be a part of the Gotham Knights, I was like, okay, well, he's got guns. He's going to be killing people, right? But then they sort of, introduce this non-lethal, armor-piercing, penetrating rounds here that he's utilizing. Wait, what? Okay. Yeah, and I just thought it was kind of an interesting conflict. But it just turns out he's just going to be really brutal. But I do hope that his methods are a little... I hope he conflicts with the team in some ways. I do hope that they sort of maintain that. His sort of edgy behavior that he's like, no, Batman's ways don't work. My ways, like the new way forward, is like, just to stop the bad guys from the get-go. So maybe he's not killing, but maybe he's just excessively brutal, and everybody's like, dude, you need to like calm down. Get some anger management classes or something. Alright, so here we go. So once again, we see him get hit there, so that's kind of an example. Counter system. So he's doing elemental damage with those pistol rounds.
How's about this?
Also, we really have to analyze this segment here. Okay, so he runs up to this guy, right? The combat team has just... Oh my god. Alright. He throws the pistol, hits the guy in the face. The guy's falling to the ground. He reloads his other pistol. Right? Then he puts his hand up, doesn't look, he's not looking, by the way, and he catches the pistol in his left hand. And as if the guy's not dying enough here, I'm just gonna shoot him a few more times. I mean, the cool factor that they've captured here with Red Hood, God bless.
Red Hood takes on a Talon Gladiator here, one of the Court of Owls' engineered superhuman assassins.
So once again, they're showing the manual, like, precision aim here.
Gladiator here, one of the Court of Owls' engineered superhuman assassins.
Those were all attacks you probably should have dodged. Oh, he was about to do it, and then he got interrupted. Alright, there's our fire damage there. Uh-oh. Getting back up. On fire. Grab. Puts the bomb on him. Kicks him out. You missed! You missed, sir. You missed. It would have been so cool. Oh, dude. I know the feeling, man. We've all been there. We've all had that dope setup. Look at that. He pulled out the pistols. Look at that. Just by a hair. Just right? When does he fire? Right then? Yeah. Too late. But luckily, nah, you just hit him. And there you go. Pretty cool. I like it.
Wherever this belongs to must be in bad shape. Better hurry.
That must be whoever they kidnapped.
So he is kind of big and chunky, but very muscular. Which I don't know, I don't know, like, at least... Hang on here. Like, when Jason Todd... Can we... Let me see. I keep getting him as Red Hood. Yeah, like, when Jason Todd was Robin, alright? He's always kind of a scrawny little kid, right? You know? Looking at the comics here. So obviously there's some sort of evolution here that takes place. Oh, wow. So now when you search Red Hood, you even see Gotham Knights images. That's dope. Yeah, pretty much every... Yeah, even from the Titans show, dude. He's kind of a scrawny little kid. Well, muscular for his frame, but I mean, he's a rather small guy. Well, there's Injustice 2 Red Hood. Yeah, and that's what he looked like in the Titans show. That was actually pretty dope. So, I don't know. Kind of an interesting thing. That he's kind of bulked up. But yeah, there's more from the Titans TV show. Statue, pretty cool. Yeah, here's some comics where he's looking a little more bulked up. But yeah, I guess from reading a lot of the older comics where you see Jason Todd as Robin, and you're just like, how did he go through this transformation? To where he's all of a sudden, he's bigger than Nightwing, you know? He ends up being bigger than everybody. What is that? Oh, Red Hood and Outlaws, okay. Yeah, some pretty cool art, by the way. Yeah. Alright. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's fairly comic accurate here. But yeah, maybe we're just not used to seeing him in a lot of media outside of the comics. So we never really had like a sense of scale of how big the character is.
I need a space. It won't happen again.
Pretty solid ending there. I actually really like that. I had different feelings when that trailer first came out, but I think now that we kind of understand how the combat works in this game, it kind of makes sense the way they were doing that. But I didn't like the way they were showcasing these fights. They were like dodging and doing lots of weird attacks to sort of draw out the fight a little bit. I don't know. It just didn't look right. But yeah, that's just more stuff. I don't know, more complaints or whatever at the time. But I actually think that trailer actually aged pretty well, because now that we sort of understand how the game works. Let's see. This is a gameplay demo. Is this? I think this is what we just watched. Let me double check here. Yeah, it's very easy to like pull up. Yeah, I pulled up the same trailer twice. Okay, let me ditch that. Okay, then I have a number of like short trailers here. Like each one of these are like a minute long, but they did these like little character trailers for each hero. So yeah, he is meant to be like our big tanky character, you know. You sort of need all the different archetypes, right? Alright, so this one is Nightwing.
nothing. And then this city became my home. Its people became my family. Gotham gave me everything.
That's from the intro.
It deserves to feel safe.
Why are they doing that?
No matter how hard we try, there's always more to do. And now, it's up to me.
Alright, one sec.
Got time for a dance, Nightwing?
I got this, Bruce.
All right.
Pre-order now and get the 233 custom Batcycle skin.
Let's hang on. Let's go back. There was like a lot of dope stuff here at the end. Yo, what's up, Poppy? We're taking a look at all of the Gotham Knights trailers, gameplay footage, all that cool stuff. Check this out.
I got this, Bruce.
The team takedowns. Gorgeous. I got chills when he said, "I got this, Bruce." Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of... Would he... yeah, he would be the oldest out of the group, so he would sort of feel the obligation, much like he's the leader of the Titans, right? He sort of feels that obligation to be the team leader and to really take over for Bruce. But I guess maybe the whole idea of this storyline is for each character to realize their own value, and then also their own independent style of dispensing justice, and then also learning to work as a team, which I think is going to be something that probably none of them are going to want to do from the start. They're going to be like, "Oh no, I got this. I can handle this." Okay, so that is the Nightwing trailer. Yeah, I think good storytelling would have this group clashing quite a bit, arguing and such like that. Okay, this is the Robin trailer. Poppy says, "I can't wait to use Red Hood and Robin." So I think for me, I'm excited to check out Batgirl and Nightwing. But after like watching that Red Hood trailer, I'm actually a little excited to check him out as well. Like, I think coming up with some sort of gun fu type build would be really fun. So maybe ranged, but not like long range, but like, kind of doing like mid range to close range type stuff. Could be really fun. Yeah. All right, so this is the Robin character trailer. Each of these are like a minute long or so. Let's see what we got here.
Gotham City likes to keep you guessing. It's hard to imagine a Robin without a Batman, but I guess it's up to me to figure that out. You've got this, Robin.
See, I'm not a big fan of stealth camo. Like, I just like to play stealth games. I feel like that's like a cheat code, because even in the Metal Gear Solid games, it was like, when you unlock the stealth camo, it was like, you got that for like beating the game or something, and it made like repeat playthroughs you know, maybe easier, or if you wanted to try to do something different, or maybe you weren't very good at stealth. You know, the stealth camo was like a fun way to make repeat playthroughs more enjoyable. But yeah, usually in most games that give you the chance to utilize stuff like that, I'm like, no thank you. So I mean, there's a lot of stuff from Robin's kit that I'm just not interested in. But the staff looks cool. He's got the slingshot, right? And then he has the teleportation. But he still has the grapple hook, like everybody has it.
Using teleportation tech from the Justice League satellite, I bet I could zap myself short distances in a fight.
I can't wait to see how that works.
Bruce always told me to believe in myself.
Okay, he's got decoys. Decoys that explode.
Told me to believe in myself. That I had what it takes.
It's pretty cool.
Let's prove him right.
There's his armor. Everyone's got like a shinobi outfit.
This is it. This is how Robin wins.
Team takedowns. Oh, dude, look what he did. Look what he did here. Look at this. Look at this. Alright, so the guy lands on his stick, and then he made it extend. Glorious. Yeah, a lot of people are looking forward to like certain characters, and yeah, I do tend to notice a lot of people have interest in Batgirl. But yeah, each character really does look fun. And so I think it's going to be a lot like Marvel's Avengers in that way, that, you know, maybe you start off thinking like, oh, I want to play my favorite character. Like, for me, it was Cap. But then eventually I was like, man, I just need to embrace the whole crew, because like everybody, you know, Iron Man's got dope lasers, you know, like Thor's got the hammer, like, you know, you just want to try out all the cool stuff. And it's like, before you know it, you start embracing the characters that you were the least excited about.
Robin wins.
That was dope. So yeah, the release date is now October 21st. So yeah, some of these trailers are a little old, but yeah, they made that change fairly recently at Gamescom. Okay, we got the Batgirl. This is the Batgirl trailer. Yo, what's up, Kimani? How are you doing? So let's take a look at Batgirl. We're looking at all of the Gotham Knights footage on this live stream today, and we're all, you know, sort of commenting and discussing different things that we're excited about, different things that we're noticing in the game. Really fun. This is the most hyped game for this year, I think. I'm a big fan of this type of stuff.
If there's one thing I've learned about Gotham City...
Okay, that's the regulators again. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Also, her different styles of the suit are really cool. So yeah, here's the one with the white eyes. Oh, and the ponytail coming out the back. Yeah, that one's pretty cool. And then you got the one that's the mask and the ears.
One thing I've learned about Gotham City...
Yeah, that's the regulators.
It's that people need symbols. Something to believe in.
What was that?
See, traversal looks really interesting, because she drops from a street light here.
What was that?
Chokes a guy out with the light. You can't tell me this guy didn't see her. Okay, and then she runs across the roof of a car, jumps. Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's some interesting movement here. And here's what's weird. Nightwing gets the Eskrima sticks, which are, more similar to what Daredevil would use, right? But Batgirl gets the tonfa, but hers have what Daredevil has on his sticks. He has that sort of the rope that turns it, and he uses it to either grab enemies or he'll use it as a grappling hook at times for traversal. I don't know, it's really interesting how, and so now she's just basically using it like nunchucks. I don't know, it's really interesting the tools that she has at her disposal. So I think that's another reason why I'm so excited. So yeah, she starts off with the tonfa right there, and then just sort of it sort of transforms into whatever she needs it to be. And she can throw them. Threw a bunch of batarangs, that's cool.
Protecting people runs in my veins.
She's got the big slam.
No matter what alias I go by. That's who I am. That's who I'll always be. Gotham has called, and I have answered.
Oh my god. I think her takedowns are my favorite. Yeah, she did have...
Pre-order now and get the...
That's an important point that Splinter Cell Tactical Espionage here has brought up. Is that like the earlier, especially when we watch like the 16 minutes of gameplay, she's kind of starting off with like the short cape, and you're like, well, how do you glide in that thing, you know? So she's just like grappling around, and then in later footage, you know, she's got like the longer cape. Yeah, the bat cycle looks dope, and so you get that from pre-ordering.
Pre-order now and get the...
You get this special version of the bat cycle skin there, so pretty cool. Let's see. So I think the next one here. I think I'm missing a video. Let me check. Red Hood, 16 minutes of gameplay. 400 years of history. Villains trailer. Oh, I'm missing the skill tree. Let's see, YouTube, Gotham Knights. Yeah, I got the Harley boss fight. Yeah, I forgot to pull up the how skill trees work. But yeah, we got it now. Okay. Bat family behind the scenes. I think we have that. Yeah, and if I missed anything, we can always grab it. But we got about 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 trailers left. But some of them are like, you know, 2 or 3 minutes, and then there's maybe about 2 or 3 that are about... Yeah, we probably got at least another hour worth of footage here to dig through. Yeah, Harley's design, we got that as well. We got Harley's boss fight. I'm really excited about her. I think she's going to be my favorite villain to look at here. Let me grab some water before we dive into this next trailer. So gamers, make sure that you've hit the like button on the video here. Really helps support the channel. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Ring the notification bell. I'm just going to grab a quick drink of water, and I'll be right back. Quack, quack. What are you guys doing? Are you guys for real? Quack, quack, quack. You guys have a lot to talk about? Yeah, me too. Whoa! Alright, I'll catch you guys later. Quack, quack. What are you guys doing? Are you guys for real? Quack, quack, quack. You guys have a lot to talk about? Yeah, me too. Whoa! Alright, I'll catch you guys later. Alright, I'm back. Wanted to grab a snack and a drink and all that stuff so we can push forward with the rest of this content. Alright, so we were looking at some short videos here, and they had like little 2-minute character trailers for each of the heroes, and so now the last one we have is Red Hood. So let's take a look. We did watch the Mr. Freeze boss battle. That was early on, yeah. It was good though. It was really good. So very brutal takedowns. Lots of pistol flips.
Being dead, then brought back to life. It changed me. Some days I barely feel human, let alone a better man. But Gotham City needs me.
Alright, conflicted.
Almost got it!
Always makes for a good story. Did the bike dismount takedown? That's cool. Spirit bullets. Playing the mine on the dude.
This is what I trained for. Bruce gave me purpose. And I'll go to hell and back to see it through.
Oh, the takedowns are so good. They got it. They know what they're doing.
Get the 233 custom Batcycle skin.
Yeah, don't forget about that Batcycle skin. Oh. Look at that. Even advertising. Red Hood and the Outlaws. A death in the family under the Red Hood. Yeah, this is required reading here. If you're curious about Red Hood or wanting to get into Red Hood, Death in the Family is a perfect place to start, and then branch out from there. Just about the perfect book with solid action sequences and intriguing plot lines involving high adventure. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, pretty dope. Yeah, I don't know if this game's gonna get like high praise. But yeah, I think as long as it's not like a buggy mess, yeah, I think a lot of people will probably give it like 8.5 or a 9 or something. But yeah, I don't see it, cause like I don't know, critics are like really harsh, and like I feel like they're gonna come at this comparing it to Avengers and dogging on it and stuff like that, and it's like that's not fair. All right, we got the Gotham Knights. First 16 minutes of gameplay, and this is where they showcase Batgirl, pretty much. But I think I'm going to like it, and I think I'm going to have a lot to say about it.
IGN first for August is Gotham Knights.
And my review structure is going to be different. I'm not going to go with like positive, negative, or with like a numbering system. I think I'm just going to sort of explain the pros and cons, explain what I like and dislike, but not really introduce like that sort of bias or hatred that reviewers often come in with, or entitlement or anything like that. Sort of try to approach it with some journalistic integrity here. And also not unfairly compare it to other things. I think we also have to look at it through its own lens, because this is a whole new property. It's a whole new I want to use the word IP. I want to say it's like you should approach it like it's a whole new thing. Like, obviously it's in the Batman universe, but it's like they've never done something like this, and they've never approached it in this manner. So it's not just a copy pasta of the Arkham series with different characters. So we can't look at it that way.
With the first.
But yeah, here's the short gameplay here.
This section follows the prologue, which WB Montreal is still keeping secret, and will be the first time you take control of a character. After picking which knight you want to play as...
Yeah, that's the other thing. No Batman, no Joker, not a lot of people know about the Bat family. Yeah, it's like... I mean, unless you watch like the Adam West show, you know, you're probably familiar with when Robin shows up there and Batgirl and stuff like that. But it's like we don't see a whole lot of that other than the like Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, where they sort of introduce part of the Bat family. But it's like, yeah, people are just now getting to know about Red Hood and getting to know Nightwing, you know, out there in pop culture, you know, beyond just us that live in comic books and video games that adapt these characters. So I mean, this is really going to be the first story where we're going to really dive into the Bat family. Also Batwoman, yeah, only just recently got a TV show that I think didn't pan out quite so well. Batman, so in this storyline, Batman is dead, and so the whole reason the Gotham Knights get together is to sort of protect Gotham in his absence. So Batman's dead, Commissioner Gordon has also passed away, and so now it's Batgirl, it's Nightwing, it's Robin, Red Hood. Those are our four characters, and they're tasked with protecting Gotham here.
This section serves to tutorialize some of the game's basic traversal and combat mechanics, as well as introduce you to the wider mystery taking place in Gotham following the death of Batman. Enjoy!
You want to break into the GCPD headquarters for a what if? Be my guest.
I decrypted the case Batman sent with his message. We should focus on that.
I looked it over, but did I get everything? It doesn't look complete. He says this has implications that could shake Gotham to its core.
Ominous, but not exactly helpful. I saw a few places we should poke around. Construction sites, a quarry.
He also mentioned a Dr. Langstrom. Anyone know him?
He's a zoologist at Gotham University. Not sure what his connection is, though.
Let's divide up the work. We can meet at the Belfry when we're done. Get it up and running.
Who gets to talk to Langstrom?
Pretty cool. Yeah, we don't know anything about, like, you know, how Batman died. We don't know how Jim Gordon died. We don't know if Joker is alive or dead in this universe. But all we know is that Joker will not be involved, is what they said. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they like made some sort of reference to him or something. It's not uncommon for games like this to reference characters that don't show up in the game, you know, just to make hints at a wider universe, you know, stuff like that. Alright, so let's take a look. They end up picking Batgirl here for this sequence. And this kind of serves as the tutorial after the death of Batman.
arrived at Gotham U. What do we know so far about this professor?
Kirk Langstrom. Judging by the half-finished file with the code black, Batman was digging into him hardcore.
Then I'll pick up where Batman left off.
So Batman was looking into him. That's pretty cool that we're gonna be picking up off of the trail of what Batman was doing. Also, check out this parkour here. Look at the way she leaps over the railing here. I think that's really cool. Once again, subtle UI. A little bit of parkour, a little bit.
So we got a positive ID on this faculty dude, Kirk Langstrom.
Right. I'll call it in on the way to the morgue.
Also, notice the, like, rainwater kind of dripping down the suit. I've noticed that in all the trailers that we've been watching, so there's a lot of attention to detail there, and it looks awesome, man. Really cool.
Damn it.
It's a gorgeous looking game.
Langstrom's dead. Do we know where his office is?
Seriously? Crap. Well, our notes had his office on the 3rd floor of Molson Hall.
Got it.
Yeah. So notice how she didn't glide. I feel like this would have been a perfect opportunity to showcase the glide, but it turns out that each character's unique traversal is something that you unlock, and they're going to mention that in later videos. Actually, it's a skill tree video. Yeah. Also, look at the way the cape falls. I thought that was really cool. The cape physics there, which have always been on point with these type of games, but it's always cool to see.
3rd floor balconies open. Don't mind if I do.
And also, it's interesting that there's an option
floor balconies open
to, like, perch on ledges and balconies, but it also appears that there's a sort of a quick parkour over the ledge, which I think the Arkham games have always been missing. Sometimes you do need like a quick traversal mechanic to just quickly get over a ledge rather than perching on it, like if you're being chased or shot at.
3rd floor balconies open. Don't mind if I do. Body cam recording.
Pretty cool looking cape. Yeah, I think anytime there's a cape in any game, there's gonna be clipping.
Here's his office.
But hopefully they can fix most instances of it.
Hardly any police work here. Langstrom must have been killed somewhere else.
I love detective stuff in games, so I'm actually really impressed with how they're handling this, because the old Arkham games were just like, scan this, walk over here, press A, scan that, puzzle solved. This is actually gonna be putting some of the detective work on us to be able to figure it out. So once again, it's a thing I wonder how all this is gonna go in co-op. Is this gonna be fun? Or is it gonna feel rushed, or
You find anything, Batgirl?
you know?
So far, nothing here.
Our professor is very dead. I'll let you know when I find the crime scene.
Good.
Once again, the lighting is just on point. It's
The
all
real challenge will be...
It's all environmental lighting. Like it's the moonlight coming through the windows. It's not like a lamp or something that's, you know, lighting the scene. So this is just more sophisticated lighting that we're seeing in you know, modern day games.
Not good exactly, but at least a lead.
The real challenge will be getting out of here without the cops finding me.
Good luck.
Yeah, up ahead we're gonna see like sort of a showcase of what detective
That's
work
a lot
might
of
look
damage.
like. Oh, also look how she clambers over this. Instead of perching on it, you have the option to just sort of leap over.
This must be where Langstrom died. The cops cleared out of here way too fast. Langstrom must have been working when he was attacked. Significant blood loss here. Evidence of a struggle, then the attacker pinned him to the wall. They were merciless. Langstrom was dying, but he tried to get to that cabinet instead of the door. What was so important? A hidden door.
Mechanism.
What secrets were you keeping, Dr. Langstrom?
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
A thermostat would be a clever place to hide a keypad.
Yeah, let me go back for a second. Yeah, because on the idea of like it might get review bombed, I mean that's yeah, it's kind of just inevitable with new stuff. And it is sort of, yeah, it is upsetting. I think it will upset like some diehard Batman Arkham fans and people that would rather WB had put out another Batman game or something. Like, oh, why are they doing this? Why are they killing off Batman? You know, like, yeah, I could see people getting upset about that, but I'm one that doesn't really put a lot of stock in what reviewers say anyway. So, I mean, I know whether a game's going to be good or not. You know, I can sort of make decisions for myself, but it is disheartening to see your favorite game, you know, poorly reviewed at times. Or misunderstood even. But yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so this is the crime scene, searching for evidence to uncover the truth. I really like this. And this is kind of a, you know, a very basic...
Thermostat would be a clever place to hide a keypad.
You know, a basic tutorial over this. You know, so obviously it's a fairly simple mystery to solve here. Six digits on the display.
A microwave. I hope
Microwave.
Langstrom wasn't combining burritos with genetic specimens. Langstrom made sure to remember those dates. I should too. A phone number, but that's not a Gotham area code. Could be useful. Perfect. Time to see what Langstrom was so desperate to hide.
There you go. Yeah, so I mean, if that's just a tutorial, I could imagine that there's going to be mysteries later in the game that might be a little trickier to solve. Which a lot of this reminds me of the Sherlock Holmes games. Yeah, the Batman Telltale games, those were really good too. The way you had to connect the clues. Once again, the lighting really doing a number here in storytelling. Drama.
Langstrom, what on earth were you up to? Batman's dead professor had some serious skeletons in his closet. Langstrom's workstation. I should take a closer look.
And obviously there were more
hello
things
there.
to examine.
A hard drive. I need to get this back to Belfry. Then I can figure out your secrets, Langstrom. Hey,
Yeah, some of
on my
those
way
do
back,
look like
the
organs.
cops
Yeah, I
overlooked
saw
a
like
ton
a
of
heart.
evidence. Weird marks on the walls, and apparently Langstrom had a secret lab. Hopefully this hard drive I found will have more answers.
Great! Can't wait to get my hands on it.
Robin.
Great.
Alright, this is the Freaks. Which these guys seem to look more akin to what we're used to seeing in Gotham City. As opposed to the Regulators. So yeah, they got, you know, mohawks, face paint, you know, punk style clothing. Kind of an evolution of Joker's gang, maybe.
Oh crap! It's Batgirl!
So we got melee attacks, hold square for heavy attacks. And we'll go from there.
What's she doing here?
Look at that kick. Woo! Ouch.
Freaks are here?
With Batman missing, gangs had become more aggressive. It was only a matter of time before the freaks showed up.
Gotham needs to see that someone still cares. I'll take care of this.
I can't focus on torching this place with all that racket! Turn off the damn fire alarm up there! What?
Ambush takedown.
I need
That's
to
a
handle
loud
these
one.
guys before this gets any worse.
Fire alarm! Die! Die! Die!
You deserve a break. Quietly.
The average temperature when something lights on fire is between 424 and 475 Fahrenheit.
Why does she know that? Choked her out with the tonfa on that one.
I'm a professor of setting stuff on fire!
That's one of my favorites. I like that one.
Setting stuff on fire!
Woo. Ouch.
I can probably stay out of sight here.
Are the fumes getting to you, buddy?
Smashy, smashy, smash, smash! Smash!
Yeah, that was a heavy ambush back there.
Sweet dreams.
This one's standard. Yeah, like the heavy ones. Like if we go back.
Turn off the damn fire alarm up there! What?
There's always like a hard hit like this. where you sort of see this indicator show up right here. That's kind of a good way to tell if one's a heavy ambush, whereas this one, that's a light one. You know, just kind of your general stealth, choke them out. Another silent takedown here.
Hey, look up here!
And then here's the ambush again.
Setting stuff on fire!
Yeah. So once again has that heavy hit indicator, and it just sounds louder too. It's just a louder sounding attack. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like that they're showcasing the differences here. So once again, that one's kind of a quiet one. Choking him out.
Smashy, smashy, smash, smash! Smashy!
Sweet dreams.
I like that roll, by the way. That's actually really cool. Really cool that you got several mechanics that you can utilize
No
here.
one will know you ever again.
Okay, seen that one before. That's a good one.
What are they even doing here?
I think he had the Anarchy A on his back. Woo! Throwing some quick batarangs in there. Takedown.
Now that's just embarrassing. This is terrible. It could bring the whole building down. Hostages. I need to hurry.
Can anyone hear me? Help! They won't let us go!
You knew how this was gonna end?
I like that.
Rude, baddie.
Yeah, it looks like those batarangs don't remain. Yeah, they sort of just fly away or fall on the ground and disappear.
Freaks, you gotta give more than this.
Pretty long. I like it. I actually like how it's used as a kind of a auto aim batarang throw. See, she's not even looking. Like, the player isn't even aiming the camera at this character here, yet we're able to throw those batarangs at them off screen, which is pretty cool. I like that.
Freaks, you gotta give more than this.
Woo! Nice dodge.
Get it together, freaks. Come at me.
Nice. Knockout with that batarang toss. Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, now this guy, really interesting. So it says something, it says Harley, I can't read what it says right there, but it does say Harley. And then it says haha, you know, which is akin to like something Joker's gang would have on their their stuff, and then there's like a no Batman symbol there. He's obviously got like face paint. A lot of the Freak gang has like face paint that you would think is kind of reminiscent of either Joker or Harley's gang. And they've got tattoos and stuff. This guy's got a mask. But yeah, he kind of does have sort of the Harlequin cut out, like diamond-shaped eye holes.
Broken.
I don't know.
Let's see if you'll break too.
Yikes, sir.
Get to safety. Go!
You're gonna lose those pretty teeth.
So you gotta do heavy melee to guard break, and then you can hit with melee and ranged attacks once the shield's out of the way. There you go. That's what I didn't like about this fight initially, is it seems like they're dragging it out. Just like showcase the combat. I haven't really seen any like perfect dodges or anything. Yeah, you did have the perfect opportunity to finish this guy off, and then you just chose to like walk away. Yeah. Yeah, let me go back again, because there was a time here where she had a chance. Well, maybe that is. No, it seems a little off. Yeah. I was like, maybe that was a perfect dodge, but I don't know. Because it was like, usually when you get a perfect dodge, there's got to be like an indicator or something. Yeah, because she dodged during the charge up. So technically a perfect dodge would have taken place like right before the bash. So I don't know. I'm not sure. And we don't know if like a perfect dodge would like initiate like a slow motion thing so you could quickly follow up with an attack or something. But obviously, because it's a co-op game, you don't want to like put in slow motion that would ruin the synchronicity of the game. You have one player operating in slow motion, the other player's regular speed.
Looking forward to kicking back and
Could
decrypting this
get
hard
weird.
drive. Be there soon.
Yeah, so that was kind of an interesting. Batgirl gets the spotlight in Gotham Knights panel. Did we already see it? Let's see what this is. Nah, I don't think there's much there. Alright. Next video. Yo, what's up, Sean? How's it going? We're taking a look at all the footage of Gotham Knights so far. And we're just kind of analyzing it and talking about it and stuff like that. Okay. This is... bring it back over here. This is Dick Grayson and Barbara Gordon. Dude, this scene is wild. This scene is crazy.
All right, I put up with this for an hour. You wanted to talk. So talk.
Oh. The volume slider's
can do this
down
another
on all
time.
these videos.
Got a shower.
Is it about Bruce?
What? Makes you think that?
I know everything about you, Dick Grayson. You love flaky cereal, You cried when I broke up with you. And you
Yikes.
check out your own ass in the mirror every chance you get. But mostly I know that you keep not looking at that suit.
Pretty sure I broke up with you.
You know what? Fine.
Yes. It's about Bruce. We fought. Before I went to Bloodhaven. He told me never to take the mask up. Not like him. Babs, it's taking everything I have not to screw this up. Everything he built is in my hands.
You don't have to do it alone, dumbass.
There you go.
Why do you think Bruce trained all of us?
I always forget how smart you are. Okay, this is gross. You are really sweaty.
Hey!
Aww. Yeah, that was kind of scathing. She was like, "You cried when I broke up with you." I was like, "Oh my god, like, you gonna drag this man through the dirt right now?" DLCs? I don't think I've seen anything about DLC, no. I do see the different editions and outfits that we're gonna unlock with that. I think that's all I've noticed there. Okay, next. So that was kind of cool, just sort of looking at how things are gonna go when you go back to the Belfry. You know, you'll have... Oh, this is the good one. This is the one that really turned me around on this game and got the hype levels overflowing. This is building a brand new Gotham City with 400 years of history. This is a dope video. This got me really excited about the open world that they're creating here.
In the 1650s, 5 families left Europe, eventually landing on the rain-swept islands that pepper the mouth of what would one day be called Gotham River. Those families, the Waynes, the Cobblepots, the Elliots, the Arkhams, and the Kanes, would build a colonial fort together and sow the seeds of centuries of dominance in the area. Gotham City was born. The city quickly spread beyond its original bounds, developing 5 boroughs, and in each, one of those 5 founding families would take root. In the early days, the Kanes established themselves on Gotham's natural harbour, now known as Historic Gotham, tying the family to their new country's military might, building ships and weapons of war. By the 1850s, Gotham had become a major trade.
I want to point something out. I've seen that Batgirl and Nightwing can wall run. Batgirl was wall running on a car, and Nightwing in the challenge trap map. Yeah. So I wonder how that's gonna work. Cause yeah, we've seen it. I don't know if it's like if you're near a wall, you're able to like do a certain type of takedown, or if you're like sprinting near a wall, you know, you like have the option to run on it somehow. I don't know. It'll be really interesting once we get hands-on with the game. Yeah.
Trade hub, helped along by the industrialist Cobblepots and their smoke-belching Southside steel mills. Gotham continued to transform over time. In the 1920s, the Elliots took hold of the 20th century's newest means of control, mass media, and built downtown Gotham in a new Art Deco image. By the 1960s, Gotham had truly become a patchwork of industry and architecture. The Arkhams settled in North Gotham, building their famous asylum. Yes, it's in the game, and no, it's not as you've previously seen it. The Waynes, meanwhile, built their billions in New Gotham, helping advance the town into a new technological age. Which brings us to the present day, and the Gotham you'll be exploring as Batman's protégés in Gotham Knights, an
Pretty
open
cool.
world as soaked in history as it is by neon light and vigilante-friendly shadow. Warner Bros. Games Montreal created that history early in production, a whole new timeline for a whole new version of Gotham City. And it isn't merely window dressing, the timeline informs everything from the plot, to the gameplay, to the game's biggest mystery, the Court of Owls conspiracy. The team didn't just build an open world to play in, it's truly trying to build a city.
Pretty cool.
Key to this take on Gotham are those 5 boroughs and the worldview of the families that historically controlled them.
So for us, the 5 boroughs, it started with the families. The families moved there, they built imposing
Yeah,
structures.
because I think, if we go back and look at the map, so I think Arkham Asylum is here, I think it's up here in North Gotham, and I think Blackgate is right out here. So I don't know if we're going to be able to visit those locations or if there's anything to do there, but we do see this area labeled at some point when they zoom in on the map.
That historically controlled them.
So for us, the 5 boroughs, it started with the families. The families
level design
moved
director,
there, they
open
built
world.
imposing structures within those districts. So then we build around that to where the identity for those districts really is based off of that family.
Within those boroughs, the team tries to tell stories without simply having someone speak them out loud.
If you visit a city in real life, it's hard to tell some of that history. So because we're making a game, really what we want to do is kind of obviously reveal some of that stuff. So there's a lot of areas that are kind of stuck in time, like even something as, kind of generic as construction, like it becomes interesting when it's halted construction or it's now abandoned and overgrown or it's ruins, all those things are more interesting for the player than just a modern city. So we tried to have a lot of those areas where it's almost stuck in time so the player can really experience what it was back then a little bit too and see how the city evolved.
The team has historical and gameplay basis for every new environment. Take the Cauldron, built into the Cobblepot's lower Gotham area.
We always would like to tell a story with every borough, and there's one specific one that is not necessarily related to the family, but is an effect of some of the projects that those families undertook, which was a mining operation that happened in a riverbed. So they decided to wall off 2 sides of a portion in the water, and they dredged it for mining operations. It would attract workers for the mining operation. It was low-cost housing. It remained like actually a slum.
The Cauldron's history is written into its walls, with tumble-down buildings and cramped, unplanned streets, all set in the shadow of the more prosperous districts around it. But all of this is a distinct gameplay choice too.
This spot is kind of like a transition area between the financial district and the south side. So we have like 2 very different themes while being in a third theme that is very organic, has a complete different way for the player to navigate over. It's a lot more
parkour there.
So the player always has the choice to pick the best tool and the best navigation verb to be as efficient as possible. And with
Oh, nice. You finished Arkham Knight. What did you think of it, Poppy? Yesterday, The Quarry. Oh man, I need to check that game
different
out.
neighborhoods that will give you different experiences.
This interplay of history and gameplay can be seen across the city. The once beautiful Robinson Park is a symbol of the city's decay, but it's also an open space where your usual stealth tactics may no longer work in the same way. The enormous Elliott Centre is a literally gilded reminder of the family patriarch, complete with a museum exhibit about the family inside. And it's also a complex, multi-layered bit of vertical level design, built to house the Mr. Freeze boss battle later in the game. And it's not just that timeline that acts as history here either. While this is a new take on Gotham, it includes many references to the comic books it's drawing from. Of course, there are buildings you'll know, right down to deep-cut references like Noonan's Sleazy Bar from Garth Ennis's Hitman series, but the very fabric of Gotham itself acts as an Easter egg in places. Perhaps most interesting is that this Gotham has a public history and a secret history. We already know the game will centre on the Court of of Owls, a shadowy, manipulative group born of the founding families. Gotham itself will reflect that conspiratorial past too.
One of the things that we love about the Court of Owls, aside from the fact that that it's a new, fresh addition to the Batman canon, is that they represent a threat that is so embedded and so intrinsic to Gotham City that even Batman doesn't know about it. And the notion of a threat that is so intimately tied to a city that he considers to be his city, that he knows like the back of his hand, that he's been patrolling for literally decades at this point. That's a very intimidating and scary idea. With that in mind, what we knew is that we needed to give you a sense of Gotham's history in order to be able to show all the ways in which the court is embedded in that. That feeling that Gotham is kind of an adversary and that Court of Owls is the embodiment of that, the personification of it.
The phrase commonly used at the studio for this is that they didn't just build up, creating those hugely visible landmark buildings and stories for every new district, but that they also built down.
We started to imagine how the form of the city could be affected by that, and it started kind of help suggest a geography, an urban geography to the city, going all the way back to like the late 1600s. And then we started to think, okay, well, what were the major events in history that they would have reacted to? Is it the Revolutionary War? Is it the kind of exploitation of the West, like the building of the railroads? Like all of these ideas became part of that conversation and allowed us to kind of build layers of accreted history. And we built it up and we built it down. Like we said, okay, what's buried under the city? Like, what are the hidden secrets that you can find in the course of investigating the Court of Owls?
Naturally, the team...
That's like really exciting that they built not only the city, but sort of the secret history, the underground tunnels, all the secret society stuff that takes
too
place.
Much about what those buried secrets might be, but we see hints of it as we're shown Gotham's open world. A seemingly nondescript building might be a gang hideout, which leads to a tunnel system that brings you into an exit into Gotham that you would never have guessed at, for example.
We want the Court of Owls to feel like they're involved in everything. If you were to go to a major city in North America, like often they'll build a city on top of another one. Like Chicago, like they had the fire, they just built on top of it because it's not worth like rebuilding, destroying and rebuilding. So what the undergrounds allow us to do is kind of reveal that cross section of the city. So we have areas like that where you drop in, you keep going and you see things that you didn't know were there, that you didn't know the city was built on top of. And I think that's a really cool element. We try to allow the player to see kind of behind the scenes of the city, go under the surface, and as well as seeing it from up high from the bigger landmarks.
The result of all this work is that this take on Gotham aims to feel like a legitimate place, not just a sandbox for spandex crime fighting. We've heard before that this will be the largest Gotham ever made in game form, but that's not what the developers are proud of.
We made a very big Gotham City, but what I think is really unique to Gotham Knights is the density of it. Sometimes I will be searching for something or fighting a crime and not realize how close to me something else.
Oh yeah, here it is. Maybe. Hang on. Yep, there it is. Blackgate Island. See? I remember. Yeah, so I think that's going to be right, because they were talking about how the north part was sort of the Arkhams, how Otisburg is kind of the Cobblepot's area, and then you have the Canes, and then you have the Arkhams and the Waynes, right? This is Kane Sound right there. Cape Carmine. Huh. Interesting. Yeah.
Close to me, something else is happening that I'm going to want to interact with afterwards or before. There's just such a depth of nooks and crannies to explore inside our city, and I think that that's really unique to Gotham Knights.
The idea of a Gotham packed with references, miniature histories, and sinister mysteries is alluring. After all, this is the promise of a town with real backstory, that it's not just the people living there who'll help tell the story, but the city itself. Gotham has been many things to many people. It's appeared in comics, movies, and gaming worlds. It's been reinvented repeatedly, travelling through time with us from block colour 40s issues of Detective Comics to the grey monoliths of Christopher Nolan's trilogy. But all of those versions of Gotham have been snapshots of a city in its current form. Perhaps the most interesting thing about Gotham Knights' version is that we won't just see the city as it is, but hopefully learn what it's been.
Pretty cool. I think this video...
We'll be covering Gotham Knights and offering
really exciting and got me even more into the game than I already was. Oh yeah, they did do a video here.
Gotham Knights will include a lot of superhero suits for your characters to wear, and we're about to show you the designs for 28 of them. From suits inspired by classic cartoons, to a set designed by a bona fide comic book legend. Developer WB Montreal has drawn from DC's rich history, but created some truly new ideas for how Batgirl, Robin, Nightwing and Red Hood could look in their take on the Batman universe. As part of IGN First, we spoke to the suits creators about the unusual way they were designed, how they'll work in game, how they can be custom.
Also, here's a look at how this is all the same suit design, but you're able to make tiny little customizations, like how you want the mask to look or something like that. Really cool.
And more.
That's the Batman Beyond looking suit.
First, it's important to realise that Gotham Knights makes a distinction between gear, which is equipment you earn that purely changes your stats, and suit styles, the cosmetic look of your character that also come with stat boosts. We're showing off suit styles here, and the key to the philosophy here is that while elements of them can be customised, you can't mix and match between different suits.
Player express.
Yeah, so you won't have like a weird mismatched looking suit. So you won't be able to like take something that doesn't fit or looks weird. You know, you're going to have to pick from suit designs, and then you'll be able to, you know, pick the color scheme from there.
For us is very important, but we wanted to make sure that we could harness that in a way that allowed for a degree of clarity and unity to the look of all of these different suits and suit styles.
We wanted the liberty to make suit styles that were different from one another enough that they all had their own really strong personality. And to do that, we wanted to make sure that you always looked cool. That you didn't want to end up with a Red Hood that like looks kind of sketchy because you made bad fashion choices. Red Hood is supposed to be always cool.
There will be 11 different suit style sets in Gotham Knights.
See, it's a good point that they're making. There's a lot of games where you're like, especially Destiny, right? Where you're chasing gear, and when you're like doing the grind and like just putting on the highest power gear or whatever, like your character will just look weird. Like you'll have gloves or boots that don't match. It'll be like different colors and different fashion styles, and it just doesn't work. So I mean, it's really cool that they were thinking about that when they made this game. They were like, no, we want to make sure that everything fits
in total. In order to get as many varied...
Oh wait, hang on. He said how many suits were in the game here.
Making up 44 individual suits
44.
in total. In order to get as many varied and eye-catching designs as possible, the character art team looked far beyond their studio walls for inspiration.
We knew we wanted to create this wide range of suit styles with a lot of distinct
art director
looks.
Characters.
So I think we took an approach that was pretty unique to this project. We started with our internal team, but we also searched for a bunch of artists that would have styles that kind of synced up with what we were looking for. Basically looked on the internet, you know, various websites, various people's portfolios, various social medias, and then we ended up having artists from Germany, France, Korea, Japan, US, all contributing, you know, to generating ideas for these suit styles.
That was very exciting for us because several of those different suit styles were happening at the same time. So we will get a work in progress update from one artist, say from Germany, and then the next day we'll get something from Korea, for instance. So for us, it was really interesting to see each artist's personal taste and their take on the suit styles that we chose for them. For instance, like the Beyond one, like the artist, his portfolio is already looking somewhat
There's
like
the Beyond
easily,
suits.
I would say 70% close to what we were looking for. So that gave us a sort of like the initial confidence.
And I feel like you get awesome results when you ask someone for their own kind of personal style a little bit. You tend to get like more passion, the more
very
it flows better for
cyberpunky,
them.
you know?
Designing the suit styles for Gotham Knights was a true collaborative effort, with DC of course having its own input. This relationship apparently wasn't a restrictive one though, but one that encouraged experimentation.
I mean, working with DC on these suit styles, I mean, it's a partnership for sure, and it starts in the early stages of the character designs. We share very early sketches with them. You know, get kind of a buy-in, like, this is the direction we're heading. What do you think?
The neon noir set.
Overall direction. Yeah, it was a fantastic relationship. Like, most of the time, we were encouraged to explore how would this look on my desk. Was something they were imagining, or we heard more than once. You know, if we all agreed, we all want this as a collectible sitting on my desk, then we were moving forward.
While every suit style's overall design is somewhat
I like these. I like this Night Op set. This is pretty cool. Because the Robin I like are his costumes where he's got the hood and the cape and all that. So, I mean, you see some variation here in how the suit's different.
Each one comes with customizable elements, further letting the player...
So there's Red Hood's take on it.
Tinker with the look of their chosen hero.
Our decision was, when we make a suit style, we will let you customize parts as we design. We will let you apply colorways because we know where they go on each individual suit. And we will let you swap suit styles, but we don't mix parts from one suit style to another because it would end up with very strange overlapping parts.
Yeah, I like the Night Ops. These do look really cool.
And we just wanted to make sure that we could always provide a high quality.
Within each suit style, we have 4 elements that are customizable. The cowl, the logo, gauntlets, and boots.
Cowl, logo, gauntlets, boots. There you
Plus
go.
the colorway.
So for example, you might...
Ooh, look at that. So you got the cowl showing the eyes, or you got the cowl with the wide eyes, or you have like the full-on masked up cowl. And then you have different variations of the emblem, right? Like different styles, different colors, different highlights. You know, different boots from kind of a basic design to a more slim. Or you can get some with the little spikes coming out the sides. Like really
a
cool
minimalist
designs.
version of the mask, because you want to see the character, and you think the character should have their face exposed, or be able to see their hair, or be able to see their eyes. There may be a version of the cowl that gives you more of the kind of the scary white slit eyes, right? Or you might want to have a version that completely covers the face and gives you a much kind of more intimidating visage as you're building your character up into this kind of new Dark Knight.
I like the Night
know
Ops.
that when I
That's
craft a
dope one.
blueprint that says year 1 suit style on it, that's what it's going to look like. Now, if I decide later on that I would like to continue to look like that, even though I have a new suit blueprint from a different style, and it's cool and I love all the stats, but I don't like it as much as my year 1 suit style appearance, I can actually transmog over top of that suit style. They're sort of thematically connected to the story as you play, and you keep getting blueprints dropped to you by completing crimes and unlocking different beats of the story. As you get that stuff and as you decide what to craft, every different suit has a suit style. You can choose what you like the most.
hair.
You can choose what stats you like the most. And occasionally, if you're like, I really want to override the look of that suit, you can use a transmog to apply it.
Transmogs are changes to your appearance that don't affect stats. One of these comes courtesy of one of the artists most synonymous with the world of Batman, Jim Lee.
Getting those first sketches back, like
The Night
really
Watch
rough
set. This is all
idea
by
sketches,
Jim Lee.
Yeah, from Jim Lee. Like it's pretty cool to see someone's process that's at that stage, like in their career and stuff like that. And
yeah, it's not often you get the
iconic.
opportunity to see something like at a very rough stage at the beginning of the process, and also those suits are so classic. At that point we explore all the different range of suits, and we know this one is a callback. It's a lot of players going to be really loving these.
Jim Lee even got a glimpse of the team's original designs, a real pinch me moment for the team.
It feels good.
Anecdotally, we've heard a few that it's looking good, that he likes it. He's seen a few of our character concepts, I know.
Colorways are that extra layer on top that really allow for your hero to stand apart from the rest. They range vastly in the amount they differ from each knight's classic colours as well.
The majority of our colorways are familiar to the brand, or ones that you kind of expect, or tweaks of them, or maybe different versions we've seen in comics or other media. And then we'll have a section of these colorways that is kind of a muted set, so maybe some blacked out ones or grays and whites. And then we have a small section which is the unexpected ones. You know, these are ones that are pushing the envelope.
Yeah, they're definitely out there. There are a few of them. Sometimes I play the build and like, these are colorful combinations. Yeah.
But surprisingly, like these are the ones I always see people playing with. You know, people are loving the ability to put on these like crazy colorways.
Offers a lot of choices, right?
A Red Hood that isn't exactly red may raise a few eyebrows, but that's the point. Gotham Knights encourages you to change up the designs of your knights to find your own favourites amongst the plethora of options available. Everyone will find a specific suit style that speaks to them when the game launches on October 25th. As for the character art team, they have theirs already.
I'm gonna go with Night Ops Red Hood, I think. Something about it.
Yeah, that one looks
appeals
cool
to me.
I love that set. The entire set is so unique because it's from you know, like one artist from Germany, and he's great. We love his work, and so yeah, that set was just like one of those fresh take. Because you remember when they come in, and then you remember, okay, there's something really nice about them, something special.
It was early too.
For me, man, this is tough.
You got to pick one of the ones you did. There you go.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna pick the Red Hood version of Shinobi.
That's a good one.
Yeah, because it's so different and it's just striking from a design point of view. And I love
that really is.
Solid choice.
Thank you.
If you want to see these suit styles in full detail, make sure to head to IGN.com, where we have a slideshow gallery with each one. And for more from Gotham Knights, check out the opening 16 minutes of gameplay, and make sure to stick with IGN.
Gotcha. So, let's see, how many more do we have? We got one. Alright, we got the villains trailer, which is kind of short. We got the high-level Red Hood builds, how skill trees work, the Harley Quinn boss fight, another preview, creating Harley Quinn, and then a trailer for the Gilded City, which is the comic that's going to come out, and will have codes in it to unlock different customization options there. Yeah, so I think this should be it should be one of the upcoming videos. Yeah. So this is the villains trailer. I think they showed this at Gamescom.
Never gave up on anything. That's why Gotham City is still here. It's why I'm still here. And I've known for a while now that someday,
Renee
like
Montoya,
him,
Alfred.
I'd have to work with you. I've seen plenty of criminals in my career, but nothing could have prepared me for this.
There's Harley.
Well, well, if it isn't Batgirl.
Gotham City is at her weakest.
The freaks
There's
and the
blood in the
regulators,
water.
the owls.
And the sharks are circling.
You got Clayface, you got Freeze.
Play nice.
But we aren't going to give up.
A storm has risen over Gotham. Nothing can stop it. See you at the premiere.
I need your help. Your skills. Your knowledge.
Go back. I keep wondering who this is. Oh, hang on. For some reason it's on the volume slider instead of the let's see if I can stop it here.
I need your help.
I think it's right
your
here.
Skills.
Trying to figure out who that is. Maybe it's nobody, but this bulletin board here is supposed to be where we're tracking like the overall villains and stuff. Oh no, it says Cobblepot. Oh, okay. And then someone just drew the top hat on him. Okay. Yeah, so those like sewer monster looking dudes, it looks like maybe Clayface is going to be able to materialize enemies for us to fight, much like Arkham City, I think it was, where he was able to create like duplicates of himself that you would fight.
Knowledge.
Yeah.
Your adaptability.
Got the talons.
You got my back?
Oh, boys!
This biopic is based on a...
See, and they're also showing, like... And these appear to be... I don't know if they're... I don't think they're the freaks. I think this might be a different gang. The people with the bunny hoods and the pig masks and stuff. Or it might just be an evolution of the freaks. I don't know.
Biopic is based on a true story. My story. Soon, the world will feel the cold as I do.
I got one last little surprise for you.
So it looks like villains that don't really get a spotlight in video games are finally getting their shot here. Not sure who that's supposed to be right there.
Surprise for you.
Come to watch the show, Red Hood.
Nah, I'm just here to kick your ass.
That's awesome. Also, Mr. Freeze rolling around in his mecha robot here.
I'm just here to kick your ass.
Wait for it. Spider-Bot? With a gigantic, like, freeze railgun. That's pretty cool. And that's when they announced
Pre-order now and get
October 21st as the new release date. Ooh, different comics here. Their Dark Designs, Harleen, Book 1, and Batman Detective Comics, Rise of the Batman. Interesting. And that's Rebirth. Pretty cool. So that was the Villains trailer. Let's see. This is the 2 high-level Red Hood builds. Like it remembered the volume slider being
Gotham
down.
Knights may have 4 characters to choose from, but in truth, there are dozens of ways to make them fit your chosen playstyle. In this video, we're going to show you just this, with gameplay of 2 completely different high-level Red Hood builds.
We made the decision, the Gotham Knights collectively were working together, and they were reflecting this notion of the Bat family. So our Red Hood, we wanted him to be aligned with the intentions of the rest of the family in that sense. He's still an angrier person, especially at the start of the story, but we wanted them all to be on board with the general notion that we are in walking the path of Batman after his death. All of them are on board with the non-lethal strategy. So the marksman tree is kind of self-explanatory. It's really about dealing more damage at range. Red Hood is our most range-focused character out of the Gotham Knights, so a lot of his abilities focus on, I have guns with non-lethal rounds, and I would like to make them as damaging as possible while remaining non-lethal.
Non-lethal armor piercing. Alright. Soul bullets. Yeah. So it did show that there's... Interesting.
Yeah, heads up.
There's a group takedown there.
I know that one hurt.
there. That's it. This is it. That's how that works.
Okay, it looks like if you're sprinting, you automatically clamber over things.
That's how that
it
works.
looks like.
Bet they wish they never got out of bed today.
Yeah, it looks like we did get a quick
The
little
brawler
showcase
skill tree
of slow-mo attacks, which I think is really cool. So yeah, maybe they did find a way to sort of weave it in where it doesn't feel awkward.
Is about melee combat, but more importantly, it's about powering up the fact that Red Hood is our largest character, and he's got the best grab and throw mechanics in Gotham Knights. That's a really, sort of brutal hand-to-hand focused skill tree. So if you're into that style of play, it's a great place to invest early to get the most out of Red Hood.
You just leave. I like that. I like that there's like this takedown that you can do immediately.
You should have taken your business elsewhere.
Uh-oh. Elemental bash there.
Hey, look, more scumbag looking for a beat. Here comes the boom.
See, it's a good mix of ranged and close range pummeling melee attacks. Yikes.
I'm gonna clip. Missed.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, bet that hurts.
Drop kick.
That was just a taste of the different ways you can build out your chosen hero in Gotham Knights. Stay tuned later this week where we'll be digging into skill trees and how they work. For more from our Gotham Knights IGN for
Cool. Yeah, that was a cool trailer. Interesting to show off that you could also play as the same character, so that people are not bickering over, well, it's my turn to play as Red Hood. You were him last time. Okay, so I think we got 10, 20, 30, maybe about 30 or 40 minutes worth of footage here. Maybe a little less. I'm just kind of rounding up here.
Gotham Knights has an unexpected philosophy.
This
at
is
its heart.
skill trees.
While it might be a game about 4 superheroes trying to fill the void left by a murdered Batman, the developers don't want you to feel like you're creating 4 successors. They want you to find a favorite and turn them into a single new dark knight.
Yeah, so right now this is going to showcase
that there
skill
had
trees.
to be a sense by the end of the story and by the end of your kind of investment in the hero that you have in some way transcended the obvious potential of this character in order to become a symbol. This is someone who I believe can fill the vacuum Batman has left behind. So that's such an essential aspect of the fantasy that we felt like there needed to be a moment where that was reflected in the ability tree.
Okay, so here's the ability tree. You're looking at skills. You got marksman, you got brawler, you got vengeance, you got knighthood. So this is looking at, specifically for this video, they're looking at the Red Hood skill tree. And if you want to see this like in a kind of a longer, more, I'm not going to do like the full breakdown here because I already have a separate video where I looked at skill trees, which if you go to the description down below, you can check the Gotham Knights playlist. And then I have a video on the skill trees where we actually we look at every single perk that they highlight, and I sit there and talk about it to like exhaustive detail. But I mean, yeah, you're gonna see stuff here like crit chance for crit damage of Red Hood's range attack combos increased by 15%. He's got different modifiers for different gangs that he's fighting against. And then Knighthood is sort of each character's unique abilities that you'll unlock, so you have to complete challenges in order to unlock that. So for Batgirl, it's going to be her cape. For Robin, it's it's his short-range teleportation, stuff like that.
Tree, where it was reflected in the kind of RPG foundations of the game.
With that overall philosophy in mind, a game mechanic that has you constantly changing and experimenting with new techniques feels apt. Gotham Knights offers a lot of options in that regard, from new superhero suits to ability-changing gear.
Oh yeah, look at his pistols. We were talking about this earlier, about how the pistols kind of look different over time. There's a lot of different looks for them. And even look at this different helmet here. Looks really cool. Kind of reminds me of Arkham Knight, almost.
A lot of options in that regard, from new superhero suits to ability-changing gear, but it doesn't make that idea clearer than in its skill trees.
Yeah, so you got like 10% more damage, enemies with 30% health or less. So I mean, you'll make decisions on what to level up.
Clearer than in its skill trees.
The main abilities that you see on the ability tree are abilities that you unlock after you've earned ability points, and that's something that's a natural function of leveling up in the sort of standard RPG way. You get XP, you level up, you get some ability points, and there's dependencies and prerequisites like you would normally see in an action RPG. But
there you go.
That is the gating mechanism for those abilities. You're spending points, you're deciding where you want to spend them.
Of course, with 4 different heroes, you're likely to want to experiment, and the game accounts for that without feeling like you're leaving anyone behind while not playing with them.
Obviously, we're a multi-protagonist game, and we expect that a lot of players are going to kind of identify fairly quickly that, okay, I like this hero, this character matches my style of play, I'm invested in their progression and in their evolution, I want to play that character for a long time. That said, there's 3 other heroes that you may decide at some point it would be interesting for you to try, and that you want to be able to jump into playing without feeling like you're being penalized or need to go back and redo a whole bunch of work in order to kind of get them advanced. So then what happens is, if you decide to switch characters, basically you now have a kind of surplus of ability points that you can go into the menu.
That's
and
pretty
spend.
cool.
You'll sit there, you'll allocate them, you can look at the
so
whole
you won't
ability
be
tree,
playing
you can decide
catch
what you
up,
want
trying to
and
level
what you
up
have
your other
access to.
characters.
The skill trees themselves are made up of a mix of ability or stat-changing upgrades, but the paths they take you down
So yeah, you can aim longer, you can perform grab moves on large enemies.
Purposely varied, allowing you to build different versions of the same hero. Batgirl can specialize in one-on-one melee combat, but she can also focus on hacking abilities or survivability. Nightwing can build on his acrobatics, but can also offer massive buffs for co-op play. Robin can improve on his preternatural talents for stealth, but he could equally work on tech that helps provide decoys or enhance elemental effects. And in this footage, we're showing off all of Red Hood's trees in their totality.
So the marksman tree is kind of self-explanatory.
Oh, hang on. Go back. I'm not going to read all these out because I already have a video where I look at every perk. But yeah, Red Hood performs a perfectly timed evade that generates momentum and allows for a perfect attack follow-up. So momentum, remember, is that bar that allows us to use our special abilities that was in the bottom right corner.
Kind of self-explanatory. It's really about dealing more damage at range. That skill tree focuses mostly on damage per second and rewards for shooting and rewards for taking the time to use precision aim. The brawler skill tree is about melee combat, but more importantly, it's about powering up the...
So yeah, it does feel like when the Red Hood throws an enemy, so you unlock the concussion mine there at that one, and then triangle to shoot the mine. So yeah, it does look like that as you're playing as like one character, like say I'm gonna stick with Batgirl for a while, then maybe after a few missions I feel like jumping over to Nightwing. I'm gonna have those points ready to spend, and then maybe I play as Nightwing for a little bit, and then I'll be like, oh, you know what, I've been playing this whole game and I haven't tried out Red Hood, let's try him for a mission. So I won't have to be like, oh man, my Red Hood's only level 1. I guess I'll play as him on the next playthrough or something. It's really cool that I'll be able to just sort of spend those points and you'll be able to drift around a little bit. But obviously I think, as they said, the developers kind of have in mind the idea that you're probably just going to pick a hero and really try to spec into that hero and build into them. So, I don't know. It's really interesting the way that they're handling the group dynamic. Because Avengers kind of goes the opposite direction, where it's like, no, you have to sit there and level up all 11 characters now, I think. which is kind of wild.
The fact that Red Hood is our largest character, and he's got the best grab and throw mechanics in Gotham Knights. That's a really, sort of brutal hand-to-hand focused skill tree. So if you're into that style of play, it's a great place to invest early to get the most out of Red Hood. The Vengeance tree is essentially reflecting Red Hood's rate.
Yeah, so see, this is like more damage, more crit damage when fighting freaks,
in different ways.
regulators.
He can be an intimidating character. It's sort of about leveraging parts of his personality and embodying them as abilities.
So yeah, several
that
different
allows
games
him
that we'll
to
go up against,
be more
I guess.
frightening and to deal more damage against certain types of enemies that he is truly angry inside about.
Now, you may have noticed that there's a fourth tree on that list, Knighthood. Perhaps the most interesting of all the ability options, Knighthood is available for every character and represents a moment of self-actualization where your hero has worked out how they can become their own Dark Knight, rather than just a new Batman. Knighthood will begin to unlock after a specific point in the story, but every character will have to complete a set of unique challenges to begin earning the abilities inside.
Unlocking the Knighthood tree gives you a couple of things. It unlocks the heroic traversal for that hero, so if you're Batgirl, suddenly you can glide. It unlocks your ultimate ability, for Batgirl that's the drone, and it unlocks the Knighthood ability tree, where you can start to add additional, very powerful mechanics to your hero that are otherwise not available to you until that point in the story.
Once you've unlocked Knighthood for one character, you don't need to go and do the story beat again for the other heroes in order to gain access to that progression, but you'll need to go out and do the challenges for that hero that are associated with these additional abilities.
Knighthood is a truly interesting combination of narrative and mechanic, a way of using traditional RPG ideas to help tell the story of Gotham Knights' budding heroes.
So literally, there is a moment where it's possible for you to kind of have this epiphany with your character, right? It can be the moment that Robin suddenly, he's like staring at the Batman shrine in the Belfry, and he's like looking at the gauntlet, thinking about the technology and how Batman used it, because he's like the most recent member of that team, and Robin's thinking to himself, wait a minute, Batman wasn't just what was in the Batcave or just what he had on his person. It was also his relationship and his connection to the bigger universe of these superheroes, right? The Justice League satellite. So that's kind of the moment where he goes, wait, I can tap into that. I can absolutely tap into that. And if I use it this way, it's going to open up a set of abilities and some ways of fighting crime. And so that first moment is what opens up his heroic traversal. It's where he goes, I can do short-range teleportation. So, these are the kinds of sort of thematic links that we've tried to create with the Knighthood branch.
And alongside...
I think that's really cool that they used the Knighthood tree as a storytelling element to sort of push the narrative forward and give each character a unique narrative experience here. That's really dope. Okay. How the intimidation perk works? Yeah. Because it seems like you're going to build up fear. I think that's going to be really fun to see how that works. And then the momentum abilities. These are the ones that we've been seeing in the bottom right corner. Different abilities there.
All of these skill trees
hold
is
R1
another menu of
press different
unlockables,
buttons.
momentum abilities. These amount to special attacks that can be assigned to specific button combos. Many of the momentum abilities tie into the skill trees, but they're earned differently.
In the case of the momentum abilities, you're getting those by engaging in challenges in the world. When you look at the momentum ability breakdown, in order to unlock that, I need to do the following 4 or 5 things.
The most amount of
pretty cool
synergy between abilities in different trees actually happens between the momentum abilities tab and the rest of the trees. For example, Batgirl's beatdown is a momentum ability, but can be powered up by other abilities in her tree that allow her to do it
more effectively and with piercing damage, which the ability doesn't usually have at the start.
The developers' goals with all of these trees isn't just to tack on RPG mechanics to an action game, but to provide a legitimate sense that your heroes are growing, learning, and changing throughout the course of Gotham Knights' story. As a player, you're being asked to help create your own versions of those heroes.
It just seems like it's going to be a really dope RPG, which, you know, certainly a genre that I'm interested in, but you mix RPG and comics and it's like incredible. That's why I enjoy Avengers so much. It's why I'm so hyped for this game.
On your first playthrough, encouraging you instead to pick and choose carefully.
If you're playing through Gotham Knights in a regular way, so I'm going after all of the main story arcs and I'm fighting the villain arcs, I will have unlocked most but not all of the skill tree. So your choices are always going to matter at least as far as what it takes for you to beat the story. I think players will and probably should mix and match to get the best out of the abilities in Gotham Knights. We know that players will choose ability clusters as we've arranged them in the trees because they are excited about an individual ability, but there is a lot of synergy between trees, and also you kind of have to experiment to find out what you really like. So I do expect that players will mix and match quite a lot.
If you want to know more about Gotham Knights...
It's like I said, every time I see more videos on this game, it just further sells me on the concept. So the best thing that WB Montreal could have done was actually this IGN first thing. Because, I mean, they gave them a chance to look at the first 16 minutes of gameplay there. We got to look at the history of Gotham City, 400 years of history. We got to look at high-level Red Hood builds and how skill trees work. I mean, this extra deep dive into the game is what really, really sells it and really brings up the hype and just kind of showcases like how deep they're going with this sort of RPG mechanic here. All right, we got Harley Quinn boss fight, Gotham Knights preview, and then we have the creating more dangerous Harley Quinn. Let me grab a drink before we throw up this Harley Quinn one, because my water is already getting warm. Give me just one moment real quick. I'll be right back in a second. Quack, quack. What are you guys doing? Are you guys for real? Quack, quack, quack. You guys have a lot to talk about? Yeah, me too. Whoa! Alright, I'll catch you guys later. Alright, let's get back into it. We're gonna look at the Harley Quinn boss fight gameplay. Yeah, I do think they have, the developers have made some really smart design decisions, yeah. I'm really excited at how the skill trees look. I think they've thought out the co-op stuff as well. They've wanted to make sure that everything synergizes, right? That you're creating builds that make your character seem powerful. You know, you sort of go for different archetypes, and then, you know, also having the ability to sort of spec into things that make your team stronger and that might buff your team or heal your teammates or something like that. It's really cool. Yeah, and I think that's another thing we were looking at. I want to see how the fear works in Gotham Knights, because that's kind of a core mechanic in a lot of the Batman mythos, is the idea of striking fear into the hearts of criminals, you know, so how does that work? Okay, so this is very exciting here. I actually really like this boss fight.
I always wanted to do this.
This is my favorite Nightwing suit so far, I think. Here's another thing. As I was saying, when they sort of revealed this new look at Harley Quinn, I actually really like it. You know, it's sort of a Harley Quinn that's, you know, she's on her own. The spotlight's on her now. She's not just Joker's girlfriend or whatever, you know. We're seeing these stories both in comics and, you know, Harley Quinn has her own TV show now. You know, she's a part of the Suicide Squad. You know, there's like all these different things throughout comics and games and pop culture. And so we're really starting to enter this new, what would you call it? Like a new generation for Harley Quinn, where she's sort of evolved beyond, you know, just being Joker's girlfriend that gets slapped around, and, you know, she's like this easily defeated foe that Batman goes against every now and then, but like even in the Arkham games, like he would commonly just like knock her out in like one hit. Like she never really, other than the Arkham City DLC at the end of the game, where she had, you know, you actually kind of had a little boss fight with her as Robin, but it was like you never really had like a full-on intimidating fight with her. So, I mean, I think what WB Games Montreal has a chance to do here is to really give her a spotlight. And I think they've done it in a way that's true to the character. And they've also kind of done it without giving her, like, the slutty nurse outfit and stuff like that, you know? Not that that's a good thing or a bad thing, you know, it's just, like, a different interpretation. But this is sort of hearkening back to, you know, she sort of got this punkish spin on the classic, you know, Harley Quinn outfit here. You know, she's got like some face paint that's equivalent of like a mime or something, you know, so just something to keep in mind.
Mama's talking here.
Right before you start the Harley end of arc boss fight, which takes place in Gotham Hospital, up until this moment, you've been pursuing Harley, you've been trying to figure out what she's up to. But of course, this is Harley Quinn, and she's up to no good in Gotham, and living your best life in this case means doing murderous and violent things. Right before the boss fight starts, you finally figured out which part of the hospital she's in, and you're about to confront Harley about everything that she's been up to.
Well, that's how you're controlling them. Give it.
Nuh-uh. My toy.
Your game is over, Harley.
As if. This has been in the works since Blackgate. Welcome to my party!
Pretty boring party. Especially for you.
That's because I haven't lit a candle!
Got the hammer.
Now, let's play Nightbutt. That's the ticket.
You ready?
Okay. Sweeped out some cryo there. Another showcase of his acrobatics and the jump kicks. Now the stun there. One of his other momentum abilities. Shoots out some stun darts. Once again, dude, oh my god, it's so glorious. I love seeing this move. You see it a lot in the Daredevil TV series. He does like all these like, I think they're called windmill kicks, right? When they do that, sort of a somersault here. Boom. And then I think there's like a downward version of it as well that we'll probably see. Yeah, so we're getting to see kind of how the dodge system is. It's not just something that you spam, although I guess you could do that. But like here, we're seeing a lot of like well-timed dodges and attacks that are taking place right before dodges. So I mean, this is like really smooth-looking gameplay that has me very excited about the game. So here's a takedown, which I actually really like seeing this. Because he's frozen, he comes up, gets a takedown, hits her in the face, and then kicks her. He's got a couple different types of kicks there. Oh, she threw out mines. Yeah, this is definitely like someone that really understands the combat here. This is a really good showcase. Because I know I was kind of dogging on some of the earlier footage. I was like, this doesn't really look like a challenging and exciting game. It looks like a lot of the early footage was just them playing on like a low difficulty or something. Whereas this actually looks like challenging and fun, you know?
Why don't you come a bit closer?
So once again, attacks that you're going to want to dodge. And then we're seeing fucking cryo freezer again.
I'm pulling back.
Kind of cool. Her paint's kind of getting mixed and blurred. Yikes.
I almost forgot about my special surprise.
Oh!
Harley! Mama's got some stuff to do. You make sure to keep him here. Bye.
Now we gotta fight some of her goons.
Get ready to eat the floor.
Wow, he stunned like 4 or 5 people there. Oh, that's cool. You can shoot off the dart in the middle of a dodge. That's awesome. Woo! Look at those perfectly timed dodges right there. I think that's an example of a perfect dodge right there, right here. And then you respawn.
Incoming! Did you miss me? This is it!
Try this!
A little bit of cryo there. Good dodge. There's a breakdance move. Looks awesome. Drop kick.
Here we go!
Get ready! I'm gonna show you some moves!
I'm coming in!
Oh, nice. Yeah, it looks like that kick is a pretty common response after doing a dodge. Because we're seeing it used a lot here. Yeah.
Not fast enough.
Yeah, this just looks like a portion of the boss fight. But it's pretty exciting. Okay, you got 2 bars of momentum left out of 5. Now you got 3. Now you got 1. So yeah, different attacks will use more of the bars, but it fills up pretty quick once you start dealing some damage, landing attacks and stuff.
Party foul!
Need to do this!
What the hell did I do?
You need to get out of here. Fast!
Hey, where you going? You can't leave yet! You were having fun!
Party's over.
Mind controlling all those nerds. Yeah.
Party's not over until I say it is!
For more from our
That's pretty
Gotham Knights
cool.
IGN fair,
Yeah, so I see how they don't want to like spoil the whole fight. So that's pretty cool. That's actually got me super excited to play Nightwing. Just sort of getting to see how he plays and more of his abilities. All right, this is IGN first on August 31st. So we're kind of reaching the end of the footage here.
What's the show, Red Hood?
Alright, let me go back. I think Nightwing will join multiverses. I mean, it's a possibility, but I mean, I think they are going to weave in a lot of DC characters, but yeah, I mean, speculation could go anywhere at this point. I mean, they obviously, you know, Superman, Wonder Woman, Black Adam now that we saw that he was revealed for this season. Like, that's that's pretty cool. So, I mean, they could go anywhere with it. But yeah, I'd definitely like to see them reveal more characters for that.
To watch the show, Red Hood.
Nah, I'm just here to kick your ass.
As part of our visit to Warner Brothers Games Montreal, we got to see a lot of Gotham Knights being played, but we weren't able to go hands-on with the game ourselves, and that makes a traditional preview a little difficult. Without having had a controller in our hands, it's hard to say how combat, working through missions, or making gear choices feels. And with that in mind, this preview will be a little more structural. With the help of the game's developers, we'll walk you through how Gotham Knights is put together, revealing brand new information about the open world, how supervillains fold into the fabric of the wider game, the game's neat approach to a day-night cycle, and more.
Yeah, this is cool.
As we've spoken about previously this month, Gotham Knights' world is aiming to feel like a real city, with centuries of history behind it. Part and parcel with that is
definitely getting this game.
The
Yeah,
developers ensured that almost...
This is a dope one. I'm really interested. Carlos, we've been going through today... God, I can't believe it's almost been 4 hours. We've been going through every single trailer, gameplay, developer diary, everything I've been able to find for this game, and just kind of combing back through all the footage and watching it and talking about it and all the exciting stuff that's coming to the game. Yeah, so Gilded City is supposed to be a prequel comic book that's going to talk about... It's going to tell like an old story before Batman, and then it's also going to tell sort of a Batman story that leads in to the elements of Gotham Knights, and then we're going to have codes in that comic book that will allow us to unlock cosmetics in-game. It also looks like here we've got different markers for different characters here that we're going to encounter throughout the story, once again.
Almost the entirety of their Gotham is open from the very beginning, with each of its 5 boroughs offering different traversal opportunities.
City looks massive,
threats,
by the way.
Activities and different characters. But the team also wanted to create the sense of a city reacting to the presence of new vigilantes hitting the streets.
I would say we start off the game in a pretty cold version of Gotham. The police don't like you. The citizens don't like you.
I've always liked that.
Over time,
I have always loved a good any sort of vigilante story, any sort of superhero story. I love it when the police in the city or whatever are against you. I think it's great. It's a great place to either start a story or at some point during the story to eventually, you know, have some sort of element that takes place that allows the police to lose confidence in the heroes, and you end up sort of working against each other. I think it's a really good narrative element. I think Robin would join Multiverses. I mean, it's anyone's guess as to who could be next. I mean, I don't know if they would rather fill in the Justice League first, or would they just start pulling from the Bat family? Could Supergirl be an option? I don't know. I honestly don't know. You know, it's a Warner Brothers game, so that not only could they pull from any DC villain or hero, but, I mean, they could also pull from, like, Game of Thrones. They could pull from, like, Warner Brothers cartoon characters, you know, Daffy Duck, Elmer Fudd, whatever. Or, you know, just even other cartoons that they own. So, I mean, the possibilities are endless for Multiverses. So, I would say they need to get nuts with it, and I expect Multiverses to probably have a Super Smash Brothers sized roster at some point where there's like 30 or 40 characters to choose from, you know? Yeah, I think it could be really cool.
The tone evolves because you identify
That's the
major
Shinobi
threats to the
outfit.
city. You can find out to a certain extent what's going on beneath the surface in Gotham, and you gradually build the confidence of the citizens.
Of course, some will always be on your side, and a group of citizens called the Watch act as an informant network for the Knights, offering up missions that will help stitch their parts of the city back together, all of which will see you head out into the darkness to help bring some light back to Gotham. As it turns out, Dark Knights in training like to come out during, well, Dark Nights. Key to Gotham Knights is that it's not a game with a shifting, continuous day-night cycle. Rather, the entire game is set over consecutive nights, with new crimes emerging every evening and villain storylines progressing alongside your work to stop them. The only time you'll see daylight in the main game is inside the Knight's headquarters, the Belfry, where you'll plan for the time you'll see daylight.
Black Canary kicking and screaming. It's kind of an interesting poster there.
Light in the main game is inside the Knight's headquarters, the Belfry, where you'll plan for what to do after the next sunset.
The central loop of the game experience in Gotham Knights is what we call our Belfry loop. When you exit the Belfry, it's always nighttime. You don't have to worry about when the sun's going to come up. But in the course of that night, there are going to be some crimes and other activities that are happening in the streets of Gotham that are premeditated. They were predetermined by whoever was going to commit them, the day before. When you complete a night of crime fighting, and it's up to the player to decide when they're done, but it could be a case of them saying, well, I think I've hit most of the major crimes I needed to, or it could be the case of them saying, I learned what I needed to learn and now I need to go back to the Belfry to advance the story, for example. Then you return to Belfry and now it's daytime.
Crimes in Gotham Knights come in many forms. They can range from procedurally generated muggings right up to entire gangs running complex operations. And the more you foil, the more you'll learn about crimes to come.
We wanted this concept of information scarcity. So you need to find stuff out about the city night after night.
You already have a kind of activity queue that you can be tracking and deciding, okay, I think that's going to be more important for me to take on. Maybe this is more interesting to me because it maps better to one of the challenges that I'm trying to complete. Or maybe this has direct impact on me finding that next chapter in the larger mystery, right? So there's a lot of different reasons why a player might choose to go after one particular crime or another.
Unlike the game's checkpointed story missions, if you fail a crime, there's no opportunity to replay that exact situation again. It's all part of the superhero learning process. Once you end a night, crimes are reset.
That night is over. The crimes that you didn't solve continued unabated, and now you're in a situation where you can look at what's coming up for the next night. So maybe you've collected enough clues
plan ahead
that you're going to know in advance. Oh, there's going to be a heist at the bank, or there's going to be an armored car robbery, or someone's going to try to break somebody out of prison. In addition to that, there's a bunch of things you don't know about, right? There's all
that's true. It's like Batman just kind of loses all the allure if he's out in the daytime. Like you lose the mythical properties of the character, of him being cloaked in darkness, and is he a man or is he a bat? Nobody really knows. He's just sort of this figure that comes out of the darkness and beats the hell out of people. And so there's sort of this mythology behind the character. So if you have him gliding around in the daytime, well, people are gonna see him for what he is. They're gonna see the magic tricks behind the fancy portrayal here. They're gonna say, oh, that's just a guy in a bat suit with a cape that allows him to glide. Oh, he's got a grapple gun. All of a sudden they'll start to see the inner workings, and they won't be as scared of him, essentially. And I guess criminals become scared, right? Yeah, so it's kind of cool. Yeah, because it is kind of rare to see Batman working in the daytime. It would be highly unusual. Yeah.
Other crimes.
It's a good point to bring up.
You can find out about them through patrolling.
It's a system designed to keep offering new ideas without feeling inauthentic to how a real city might work. But of course, in a comic book city, not all crimes are created equal. Sometimes in your nightly patrols, you'll stumble across information that points to a much bigger, more recognizable threat.
Did you miss me?
We were shown precisely nothing of the game's main story campaign after its tutorial. The team clearly wants to keep its take on the beloved Court of Owls storyline as clandestine as the group itself. But the game's villain storylines aren't necessarily a part of that darker conspiracy. Like any good comic book world, multiple supervillains are running riot across Gotham simultaneously, each with their own agendas. In Gotham Knights, that means that supervillain arcs are optional side stories taking place over multiple nights and made part of the open world itself, not just story dungeons. As you learn more about the villains taking on specific missions along the way, your Belfry evidence board will begin to grow, connecting clues to evidence and eventually letting you trigger what the team calls a villain night.
You know, when we talk about villain knights, we sometimes refer to them as epic villain crime, and it's because we always wanted the villains to be menacing Gotham City. We didn't want it to be a case of, oh, I'm going to go into this sort of bubble dungeon universe and Gotham somewhere else, and I'm just engaging with them here. And sometimes that means we do some fundamentally, you know, big changes, right? We like encase Elliott Center in ice. In the case of, you know, one of the later missions in the Harley Quinn arc, Gotham City Hospital is going to be, you know, invaded and is going to be thrown into chaos.
While it's very possible that these optional arcs could illuminate the main storyline somehow, the impression we got is that these standalone villains are there to enrich the sense of Gotham as a true comic book city with multiple threats to stave off at one time, and that applies to the town's gangs as well. As we've talked about before, Gotham Knights factions aren't just goons for a supervillain, although they certainly can be. Instead, they populate the city themselves, causing various flavours of mayhem depending on their affiliation. So far we've seen freaks and the regulators, and some of our footage has made mention of Red Hood's hatred for the mob.
Hey look, more scumbag looking for a beat.
This feeling of criminal elements spreading across the city is intended to get across the endlessness of the superhero's job. You're not able to wipe out a faction from the map, you're simply stymieing their work.
You can clean Gotham of crime for a night, but you can never stop it. Even Batman wasn't capable of that, and neither are you.
Practically, that means there will always be crimes to fight and combat to be had, but factions also provide another service. Each one is tied to specific gear, crafting materials, and other unlocks, which you'll use to beef up your heroes.
Never-ending crime-fighting adventure.
Many superhero suits previously, but that was very much from the cosmetic angle. From a more gameplay-driven angle, players will be able to craft gear that alters their hero's armor, melee, and ranged items, offering stat boosts and elemental damage changes. Crafting that gear comes down to two things: having the blueprint and the materials to make it.
All of the gear is created through crafting.
Yeah, so it looks like you're going to encounter these villains multiple times from what we've heard. Like, you're going to gradually go throughout this. It's almost like Freeze will have his own campaign, you know. You'll encounter him at level 5, you know, level 15, whatever. And each time maybe they'll have more advantages or newer technology or more goons for you to fight, or, you know, whatever it may be. So that's what I think so far. Yeah. I mean, anyone could join multiverses for real. Yeah.
Flavors of gear, and it applies in slightly different ways to suits and melee weapons and ranged weapons, but what they kind of have in common is this focus on these elemental damage types: cryogenic, freezing damage, thermal damage, electrical damage, poison, stun, these kinds of things.
And those interactions should become doubly interesting by introducing another player into the world. From day one, the Gotham Knights team has made clear that its take on two-player co-op is completely untethered, meaning one player can theoretically explore another's world without ever having to meet them.
Anytime you're playing in Gotham City as opposed to inside a story dungeon as part of one of the beats of the main mystery of the storyline, you're untethered. It also provides the most organic kind of superhero meetup opportunity where you think your buddy is with you and then he disappears for a while because you got distracted by something or you found a collectible. And then a second later you look up on a rooftop and a batarang comes out of nowhere and here's Batgirl and she's here to help you stop a crime.
Of course, this could throw up issues of how progression works for players and how players at different parts of the story can interact. The solution is elegantly unfussy. Characters of different levels will scale so that they somewhat match, enemies will also scale to the player's levels, and most impulses will scale so that they somewhat...
of kind of the slow motion takedown here.
The solution is elegantly unfussy.
Right here.
Characters of different levels will scale so that they somewhat match. Enemies will also scale to the player's levels, and most importantly, progression matters to the host and the guest.
When you're in Gotham, the host is their story, but 100% of your hero progression is your own. And then once you return to your own Gotham, time essentially restarts in your own story. If you completed a major story beat, a villain arc, dungeon against the Court of Owls while playing with a friend, when you get to that part in your own story, the game will ask you, do you want to play it again? Or do you want to just kind of say, you did this part in some other universe and we'll just fast forward you through it?
But despite watching hours of the game being played live, there was a lot we weren't allowed to see. The game's main story missions are still a mystery to us, even down to how they're unlocked or displayed on the map.
Josh, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I hope you're enjoying our content here. We're looking at all of the Gotham Knights footage that has been revealed up to this point. And we're getting pretty hyped for October 21st.
More intriguingly, the team repeatedly made reference to an endgame for Gotham Knights, but steadfastly refused to talk about it. Given the game's action RPG structure, it wouldn't be hugely surprising to find that it included an MMO-style raid of some kind, or, with a focus on the open world as an evolving space, if Gotham itself was materially transformed by the effects of the Court of Owls. We just don't know right now. But the biggest outlier for us is in how the game feels to play for an extended period of time. Combat certainly looks interesting, perhaps a tad heavier than the Arkham series it will be compared to, and with a much bigger focus on using special abilities you've earned along the way. Getting around the city, whether by parkour, grappling hook, bike, fast travel paradrops, or the hero's unlockable abilities, feels like a genuinely fun first affair as well. But Gotham Knights will live and die on how these things string together, and how those smaller moments make its larger structure, those nights of patrols, crime fighting, and clue gathering, feel as compulsive as the team hopes for. There's no doubting the enthusiasm and belief at the studio, but this game will be made by how it feels once it's finally allowed to be in our hands. This marks the...
Yeah, the game, it is all about feel. I mean, because that's what instantly made people fall in love with the Batman Arkham Asylum game, was like, once I got hands-on, I was like, I got the feel for the combat. I was addicted. I was like, I can't stop playing this game. And then kind of the same once you discover the detective work and stuff like that, it just pulls you in. So I mean, if this game has all those elements, the combat, the mystery, the stealth, the exciting traversal, the rich history of the city, if all these incredible things and the passion of the developers, if all these things coincide and become this ultimate beast here, then yeah, this game's going to be incredible. So, I don't know. Don't want to get the hype levels, overflowing, but I think it's fair. Alright, so our last video here is creating a more dangerous Harley Quinn. So let's pull that up.
Welcome to my party!
She is coming not from a place of, oh, I gotta be zany, I'm your manic pixie. Like she doesn't need to be the manic pixie anymore. She is kind of gotten to a point where she knows who she is. She has a very clear sense of what her identity is. And she's going to present herself in this much stronger, kind of developed supervillain way.
Gotham Knights Harley Quinn is a very interesting case study in how to adapt a beloved comic book character. Her look, her voice, and her brand of villainy are immediately recognizable, but her story and her reason to be is fundamentally altered. That came out of a general philosophy for villains that guided Warner Bros. Games Montreal throughout the design process.
All of the villains that we've included in Gotham Knights were chosen for a few reasons. One, we knew we wanted recognizable members of the Rogues Gallery, but we also wanted specific villains who had an interesting relationship with Batman, where once you took Batman out of the picture, it would cause that character to question, well, what's my function now? Like, in a world where I don't have my main nemesis, what do I do next?
Where for the likes of Mr. Freeze, that questioning seems to have led him to, well, just commit more bombastic crime, the story behind Gotham Knights Harley is more personal and more interesting. For a start, the team chose to depict an older, wiser Harley.
My question about Mr. Freeze is, will there still be the pursuit to somehow cure Nora, his wife? Will he just... I mean, is he just going on a crime spree for no reason? Or is it like, does he still have that personal drive of love for his wife, but he just turns to criminality as a way to get things done and to try to save his wife? So I mean, he's one of the most compelling villains, and I think he's one of my favorites because he does what he does out of love, technically. Right? His villainy is a great tragedy, whereas a lot of the other villains aren't really tragic, and so he's sort of relatable in that way. Yeah. If they nail the AI system, yeah, absolutely. What type of AI system are we talking about? AI behaviors change depending on what level your Gotham Knight character facing the supervillain. Right. Yeah, so if that also pays off, that could also be a major like selling point or point of interest for the game, for sure. Okay, so talking about Harley.
And more interesting. For a start, the team chose to depict an older, wiser Harley than we've ever seen in a game before, one no longer led by other people's whims.
We really did make a conscious choice of allowing her to be a slightly older version of Harley Quinn than we've seen elsewhere. That informed a lot of choices. It informed like a bunch of the performance choices that were made in shooting cinematics. It informed her fighting style. It informed how she presents herself, how she costumes herself. As we'll see in some of the middle chapters of the Harley Quinn arc, even how she presents herself to Gotham City.
Crucially though, this isn't a different Harley Quinn. It's one further down her personal timeline than we're used to seeing. As Redding puts it, this Harley has been through 2 main acts of her story already.
We are familiar with her as like the Joker's accomplice and girlfriend and kind of pathological love interest. And we're familiar with her breaking free from that and finding herself kind of in her Suicide Squad era, where she's kind of Sammy being coerced into doing the right thing or doing terrible things for good reasons, sort of anti-hero. And this is kind of coincides with the fact that she's such a fan favorite. People love this character that they kind of want to root for her. So they kind of want to see her doing things that at least ultimately have a positive outcome, even if she does it in an insane and chaotic way. For us, we thought, well, that idea of Harley kind of branching into the direction of good, that's been pretty well explored in a lot of places. So we thought, well, what happens if we take her the other way? What happens if Batman's absence and the kind of rise of his successors kind of inspires Harley to say, well, why don't I finally get to have my career as a supervillain on my own? I have all sorts of ideas. I'm a brilliant psychiatrist. Like, there's all sorts of crazy things that I can do, especially in Gotham City.
Effectively, this Harley Quinn's superpower is self-actualization. After years spent working in the shadow of others, she's now unleashing the true Harley on Gotham. For the art team, it was a fascinating process to find what this version of the character could look like, as you can tell from the many different concept sketches in this video.
I don't even know if it's about physically aging her up. It's more like just a mental, like a confidence that maybe she didn't have before. I mean, on the visual side, it was cool because this is, we got to do a fresh take.
Initially, the team simply worked from what we'd seen from Harley before. The same kind of haircut, the same kind of clothes, even having her more closely tie in with Gotham Knights' unruly freaks gang, who will ally with her at points during the game. Associate character art director Jianli Wu said that design was fairly far along before the team was told to scrap it and try something new.
That's pretty cool.
The criteria we were giving was to make her really fresh, new, and iconic. That was one of those keywords I remember from going through that process. It was very challenging, but also it was such an exciting opportunity for us to go about this character.
Kind of the bloody lips and the cracked, that looks interesting, and kind of like messy hair.
Not often we can
some interesting changes
from her
there.
Iconic haircut and all that. And we were pretty much given, don't do that, we want something new.
The result is a Harley that references the past of the character in new ways. Her boss fight costume makes use of the black and red design with diamond accents that was part of her original appearance in Batman the Animated Series, but pushed further with the diamond design made more prominent. Her hair and makeup have changed, even her iconic hammer has grown up.
Now, let's play.
This constant balance between the Harley we know and the Harley we'll get to know touched every part of her design, even how she fights.
We had a very specific vision in mind for Harley. She's more herself than she's ever been in her imagination in our Gotham. She has taken this opportunity to say, I am actually a bad person. This is the version of myself that I want to be. I want the freedom to do whatever I want to Gotham and in Gotham. When we got into designing her combat, we loved the old, I have a big goofy hammer, but if you take that into the Gotham Knights aesthetic, it becomes a actual giant heavy block of metal that later in the boss fight has a lot of articulated sparking electrical equipment attached to it to make it worse.
Harley's not often one for straight up hand-to-hand combat. Indeed, her villainous plot involves providing implants to Gothamites that remove their inhibitions and allow them to live their best life, which inevitably leads them to violently attacking you when you try to stop her.
Her moveset is really about moving through this crowd of enemies that she attracts, because she has all these devotees, to just essentially to slow you down and distract you. And she constantly keeps that hammer in motion, and she's very strong, she's very powerful, she's extremely agile, and it's always about the player or players trying to get the opportunity to interrupt something Harley is doing and deal damage to her before that big hammer comes back upon you.
Ultimately, like any gaming boss, Gotham Knights Harley Quinn is first and foremost a foil for the player, designed to offer interesting wrinkles of story and gameplay. But the way the team has turned her into that foil is a wonderful way to honour the character herself. Redding points out that it's a neat reflection of what the Gotham Knights themselves are going through. These are 4 sidekicks being forced to grow up and take on a lead hero's mantle. Harley's doing the same for a supervillain. Where Joker was always a mirror to Batman, it seems Harley is aiming to perform the same favour for whoever steps up as a new Dark Knight. Redding sums it up in words that could have come from Harley's own mouth.
Hell, if they want to be the new protectors of Gotham City, well, they're going to need a villain. They're going to need a nemesis, and who better to do it than me? I understand how the game is played.
If you want to know more about Gotham Knights, we just
That's sick. I think this preview... we already watched that one. Okay. Just making sure we didn't miss out on anything. Okay, the last thing to look at, and this is a brief one, it's a minute-long video, about the Gilded City comic book. That I definitely advise, if you're interested in this game at all, definitely check out this prequel comic. They're going to be dishing out issues over time, and then there will be codes in here that will allow us to unlock cosmetic stuff in the game.
Batman Gotham Knights Gilded City is about Batman's last big case with the entire...
I think he's a Black Panther writer as well. I think Narciss, he has done some Black Panther before. Yeah, he's an incredibly talented writer in the comics.
Batman Gotham Knights Gilded City is about Batman's last big case with the entire Bat team. A mysterious epidemic breaks out in Gotham City. What you learn is that there was kind of a precursor to this epidemic in Gotham City in the 19th century.
Desenhar Gotham City em 2 períodos históricos diferentes é desafio, mas é desafio muito divertido.
What I wanted to do with the storyline was explore the past and really see how, even more than 100 years ago, the Court of Owls had their
this is the new
flaws in
character.
Gotham City. Not only that, there was another masked crusader. The Runaway is a character who fights for the little guy, right? For the ordinary citizens of Gotham.
Então já imaginei swashbuckler das ruas, só que com um tom mais sombrio, mais urbanizado, né? Então
the comic series is a prequel, so the way that these two pieces work together is that we see Batman in his prime, but also at the same time he's dealing with a crisis that no one person can handle. I consulted on the game as well, so I had the benefit of knowing the full arc of the game while I was writing the series. There's some things that hopefully will pay off if you read and play both things.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so 6 issues starting in October. Should be interesting. Yeah, I definitely can't wait to check this out. Each issue comes with a code for an in-game item, and then obviously they're showcasing that one of those is going to be this bike here. Yeah, pretty cool. Alright, well, I want to thank everybody for tuning in to this coverage today. Definitely hit that like button if you enjoyed the video. Subscribe to the channel, ring the notification bell so you don't miss out on future videos, live streams, podcast episodes, etc. We'll definitely look at more Gotham Knights footage if there's more coming out in this sort of last month leading up to the release of the game, which is now October the 21st. Yeah, I think it's going to be a really cool game. Yeah, I do think, as Splinter Cell said here, there are still a lot of doubters here who are concerned about the game. You know, they're wondering, is this going to sort of fall into some of the same pitfalls that Marvel's Avengers has had? Is this a game that's targeting to be like a Batman Arkham game but falls short? Like, you know, and I think some of it is unfair comparisons. But I would just say look at all the footage that's out there, especially the IGN first stuff, because where I really went from being like, oh, I'm excited about this game because I like everything Batman, I like everything DC, to being like vehemently passionate about it was when I saw how they were looking at the rich history of the city, 400 years of history of Gotham City, and how they're tying that in, and how the skill trees play in, and how Harley Quinn is going to be, you know, very much a villain coming into her own. So, once again, I want to thank you all for being here. It's been a wonderful birthday stream today. It's going to celebrate my birthday tonight, so we won't have a stream at our typical time, but I might be live later tonight, because I am feeling like playing some more Metal Gear Solid 5. I want to see if we can make some more progress in that game tonight. But stay tuned. We'll have more Gotham Knights coverage, and here in about 4 weeks or so, we'll be sitting down playing Gotham Knights for real, and I'll be giving you my thoughts as we reach that moment. So once again, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the great conversations we've had here. Certainly a lot to consider. Definitely check out the playlist in the description down below. The playlist has several videos that we went through here, and sort of deeper, more in-depth guides, you know, where I look at like each video for like 30 minutes and just, you know, parse through every single frame and just sort of try to explain things as best I can. But I thought it was important to do what we did today, which was look back at everything with the knowledge that we have now, so I could make more informed opinions and assumptions and analyze and react to the gameplay based on what we know now. So thank you for tuning in for this. Take care, have a great one, and we'll see you later tonight. Bye.